entire team of Labaf for putting all of this together. I was at just before this one, the elaborate meeting of those young students. I was immensely touched by the participation of those kids in that session. Large, very active. I mean, that's part of the hope that you should have spoken about. So thank you so much for also making this so organic. It's been a tremendous pleasure for me, you know, to be part of this, Toyin. I mean, I'm deeply moved, deeply touched by what you've been doing. That's for Labaf. You know, you also spoke generally about hope. There's this line of Dennis Brutus that I like so much. Tenderness survives. Tadia Padiola, I'm sure you remember the rest of that poem. And Nevo Detu, who is also a poet. Tenderness survives. The context, of course, is love, right? But we can use that context, you know, and turn it around a little to say hope survives. It's been surviving. And when you think that, oh, how is Tony and German going to get money to run this festival, you know, next year? Somehow you see a bigger one. You know, I mean, so congratulations, gentlemen. For this. Yes, I'm going to introduce Akin for 5 minutes. And so here I go. Can I sit down? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Jama doesn't want me to sit down. Yeah. I call it, thank you. I call this introduction, Akin, a profile in diligence. When Akin was in primary school at St. John's Anglican School, Onibonla, a village near Ibadan, books always fascinated him, and he read them voraciously. Although he did not grow up surrounded by books, he had a habit of persistently harassing his teachers for novels whenever he saw them reading them. In half a day in primary 2 in 1974, he read D.O. Fagunwa's Ogboju Ode Ninu Igbo Irumole. He could not sleep at night because he was haunted by the demons in the novel. Subsequently, fully enraptured by the eloquence of Fagunwa, he memorized some passages in this 1950 novel in the luminous of his solitude. The passages he memorized have stayed with him ever since. He thought, that's part of the fascination for him, he thought that the saga of Akaraogun, the fearless hunter, was real. He also thought that the novel was history, that it was autobiography. It was not until he got to primary 4 that his inspirational teacher, Mr. Akinola, explained to him the nature and phenomenon of literature. It was his mentor who told him that the fictional world is a world of make-believe, a lie that feeds perpetually on truth. This man of letters, teaching innocent kids in the village, a village that had produced Areoye Oyebola, former editor of Daily Times and the author of The Black Man's Dilemma, was one who explained to Akin in Yoruba, many aspects of the art of fiction, such as point of view, plot, characterization, dialogue, interior monologue, showing and telling, magical realism, and intertextuality. Like a sponge, Akin soaked everything in. One day, outside of the classroom, he shared his excitement with Mr. Akinola after listening to a new album of Lanrewaju Adepoju's poetry. To his surprise, Mr. Akinola quickly waved it off and said that Adebayo Faleti was the master. It was Akin's first time hearing Faleti's name. Akinola then nudged him to read the other novels of Fagunwa, the novels by Isaac Delano, works of J.F. Odunjo, and other Yoruba classics. He also encouraged him to listen to folk tales, songs, and music of his time. Today, many of the songs of his years of childhood help Akin to recollect and compartmentalize the joys and sorrows of those days, of what Pablo Neruda calls the beauty that blossoms in the dark. During his years at the community high school, Eleshin Funfun, one of the schools that the government of Oyo State built when Uncle Bola Ige was the governor, Akin simply built on solid foundation of the training he received from Mr. Akinola. In that school, he outread many of his peers and some of his teachers. Akin organized a readers club with his classmates and was very active in the literary and debating society. He was the first student librarian of that school. It was in that small library that he read Wole Soyinka's Easy Plays and some novels of Shino Achebe, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Chukwuemeka Ike, and others. His creative gift and diligence combined to make his first degree program in the Department of Theater Arts at the University of Ibadan a cakewalk. As a star student, he was close to Professors Dapo Adeluba, Femi Osofison, Niyi Oshundare, and Bode Chowande. He also had interesting literary grandings with Dr. Hari Garuba. He was a campus journalist. Akin got lost in the forest of books, reading with careful attention more of the works of William Shakespeare, Bertolt Brecht, Wole Soyinka, Errol Pinter, J.P. Clark, Joseph Brodsky, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Femi Osofison, Toni Morrison, James Baldwin, among others. One day, Akin read in Pablo Neruda's memoirs that the writing profession is hard, that a writer is like a fisherman who looks for the river, and if he finds it frozen over, he has to drill a hole in the eyes. He must have a good deal of patience. Weather the cold and the adverse criticism, stand up to ridicule, look for the deep water, cast the proper hook. And if after all of that hard work,
he pulls out a tiny little fish. He must fish again, facing the cold, the water, the critic, eventually landing a bigger fish, and another, and another. Akin took Neruda seriously. He still does. In 1991, he graduated top of his class, winning the Faculty of Arts Prize and National Council of Arts and Culture Prize. Upon his graduation, he worked for a decade in the Nigerian media, Gongola State Television, The Guardian, The News, Tempo, TNT, This Day, and the Post Express. In the course of doing his legitimate work as a journalist, he was detained in Ikoyi prison in 1993, and at the Awolowo Road Office of the State Security Service, SSS. President Bill Clinton had his detention in mind when he paid Akin a tribute in his speech at the grand dinner organized for Clinton in Abuja when he visited Nigeria during the Olusegun Obasanjo presidency. He praised Akin and others for fighting courageously for democracy. As difficult as it was to practice journalism under the dictatorships of Ibrahim Babangida and Sani Abacha, Akin never stopped working on his creative writings. He wrote several drafts of his first novel, Roots in the Sky, under the agonizing condition of tyranny. Indeed, when one of the handwritten drafts got stuck in an office of The Guardian, which was then shut down by General Abacha, Akin promptly commenced writing a new draft. His hard work paid off in the end, for in 1996, Roots in the Sky won the Association of Nigerian Authors Prize for Fiction. This novel was later published by Festac Books. The publisher of Festac Books is in this audience. I won't tell you who that person is. When Akin won the prize, I was having life imprisonment in Makurdi prison because of a story published by the News. Akin was gracious to dedicate his award to me as a way of campaigning for my release. I will remain grateful to him for that kind gesture, that fraternal solidarity in my difficult moments. 2 years later, he won the PEN Freedom to Write Award and Lillian Eman Dashiell Ahmed Human Rights Award. From 2000 to 2005, Akin was in Cornell University, Ithaca, USA, where he studied for his doctorate in literary theory under Professor Biodun J4, who generally deepened his knowledge in literature and political economy and affirmed Akin's left-leaning vision of the world. Shortly after his program in Cornell in 2005, he got a job at Indiana University, Bloomington, as an assistant professor of comparative literature. He has been firing from all cylinders as an academic, a creative writer, a public intellectual, and a builder of cultural institutions. He writes occasionally now for the News, Premium Times, Africa is a Country, and Shimurenga. He has contributed many insightful peer-reviewed articles to reputable journals and books. He has also co-edited with Professor Adeleke Adieko, Celebrating D.O. Fagunwa, Aspects of African and World Literary History, which Bookcraft published in 2017. Over the years, Akin has completed 2 other interesting novels titled Underground System and Southside, and a brilliant non-fiction record or impressions of Lagos titled How Fast Can I Get to Roxton Road? Bookcraft has just published The Age of White Rulers, his translation into English of Isaac Delano's novel, Ayédáyé Òyìnbó. Indiana University Press has published 2 magnificent specialist books by Akin, Post-Colonial Artists and Global Aesthetics, and Everything is Sampled, Digital and Print Mediations in African Arts and Letters. Broadly, in the first book, Akin reflects on the nature and cultural productions in the era of globalization, using the works of St. Ben Usman, C.L.R. James, Jimpe Bekolo, Arundhati Roy, Carrie Phillips, and Tunde Kelani to make his insightful case. In the second book, which is an interdisciplinary study, he expands the scope of his cultural analysis to include careful descriptions preservation, films, videos, dramas, and festivals. Here, we encounter musicians, painters, curators, playwrights, directors, actors, who are deservedly celebrated. On 14 June this year, and I'm rounding off now, the trustees of Indiana University Bloomington approved the promotion of Akin from associate professor to full professor of double-barrel professorship in comparative literature and professor of cinema and media studies. Please join me with a round of applause as I welcome Akin to this festival and invite him to deliver his lecture. Thank you so much for listening. So he's going to take about 39, 40 minutes to deliver this lecture, and we will have 10, 15 minutes for engagement, to engage him. So thank you so much for listening. So Akin, over to you.
Presented for me before, so really thank you for that, for not just the acceptance of the invitation, but for the care that you took into is
Aki,
Yes? Yes? Yes?
can you, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, well, I don't know what's going on, but I know that that there are at least 2 or 3 different
We can hear you now. Can
accounts
you
for
can you
those who
start?
are managing this.
Can you
and
start
so
from the
voices
beginning?
tend to echo a lot. So I will actually first voice at a time. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you?
Actually, we're hearing you very loud and clear. I'm not hearing the echo, for instance. I can hear you very well.
Okay, all right. I just need to know that you're hearing me. Thank you.
So, can you take it from the first paragraph?
I'm trying to share what I have sent with you. And PowerPoint, I just did that. But I'll start with the lecture first. The purpose of this lecture are 3, maybe more. I say maybe more because as in most of what I write, I proceed more from creative hunches than from anything else. A thesis least of all. The first purpose is to show that the objections of our contemporary life, the losses attendant on human values, and the rejection of which calls for affirmations of hope, cannot be separated from categories of identity. The 2 kinds of identity that are relevant to my purposes are religious and national identities. And my understanding of national identity is presented in terms of ethnicity, and implicitly so due to the complexity of the topic and the pressures of time. The second purpose is to make a connection between such notions as hope, happiness, and love, which appeal to the positive impulses in us humans, and the supposedly negative ones, say evil, hatred, despair, as passions that germinate from the same seedbed fertilized simultaneously by violence and imagination, or, in other words, by visions of the past and the future. For the first and perhaps the final purpose, I use 2 textual examples. The essay, This Past Must Address This Present, the Nobel lecture by Wole Soyinka, and the documentary film, The Return of Sarah Baartman, by South African director Zola Maseko, to show how imagination does or can respond to historical or potential acts of violence without guarantees that such acts will be fully accounted for, or that they will not reoccur. If there are to be any such guarantees, I suggest, it is to the realm of imagination, to art in particular, that we must not only look, but also actively invest our energies. If you're looking at my text, you see that I actually put actively in italics, just so to emphasize the importance of it within this particular sentence. The 2 texts are also acts of engagement. Wole Soyinka's Nobel lecture was dedicated to Nelson Mandela and delivered just 3 years before the future president of South Africa was freed from apartheid jail. Anyone who knows Soyinka's work as a writer and activist also knows that he figured out pretty early in his career that the word of black peoples, or what he preferred to call the black race, a term that I don't really use, but that's his prerogative, was his primary sphere of engagement. He has never wavered. Giving a circumstantial account of that engagement through a call to the civilized world to embrace its common humanity with Africans was only logical. And circa 1986, apartheid was the putrid sore in the eye of that world. As a work of historical recovery, the return of Sarah Baartman forces France, the great trumpeter of human equality, liberty, and brotherhood, to honor those values with respect to the ugliness of its history. In essence, adding its voice, the film's voice, that is, to the chorus of Soyinka's clamant music. I addressed this lecture primarily to South Africans and Nigerians, in part because of the provenance of the two texts that I shall discuss, and in part because, to my way of looking at things, many of the challenges that Africans face as humans, as citizens aspiring to full humanity, attain sharper relief when we pay attention to the paradox of hope and despair in the modern history of these two societies. South Africa and Nigeria are exemplary. In the apartheid system, South Africa experienced a totality of historical acts of violence that other societies experienced serially or discreetly as slavery, racism, colonialism, and Nazism. Nigeria is all but unique in the contemporary world in its endowment of ethnic multiplicity and untold material resources, much of which is mismanaged through sustained visitations of violence on the same population that owns those resources. I pause for a moment for you to reflect on what binds these two countries together in the internal management of their affairs and across continental boundaries. Okay, in sharing my thoughts in this lecture, I'm guided by a series of open-ended questions. Can hope be sustained without idealism? And what relation does this idealism bear to violence and imagination? When you have experienced a historical injustice, either as a victim or a witness, active or passive, what can you do to ensure restitution and, if possible, prevent a reoccurrence? When something has been taken from you by force, to what extent can you negotiate for the right to have it back? What do I mean by the claim that negative and positive impulses are seeded in the same bed and are fertilized by violence and imagination? In his epigrammatic essay, Thesis on the Philosophy of History, my good friend, the German Jewish thinker Walter Benjamin, famously asserted in the seventh thesis that, quote, there is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism, end of quote. Benjamin's essay was part of a series of reflections on the task of the historian faced with the rise of fascism, the threat of large-scale violence that in retrospect we understand as Nazism and of which Adolf Hitler remains the infamous embodiment. In another of those reflections, Benjamin set his sight on positivism as a literalist view of history, in which the celebration of human progress often hid the violence that attended that progress. To frame this perspective as an evocative imagery, the Egyptian pyramids are beautiful and magnificent, but what of the sweat and the toil of the workers that built them? Positivism is a theory dating to mid-19th century, which holds that theology and metaphysics are earlier imperfect modes of knowledge, and that positive knowledge is based on natural phenomena, and their properties and relations as verified by empirical science. The contradictions of modernity mean that all the good things, scientific progress, liberal democracy, artistic achievements, sit in the same boat as the evil ones of fascism, colonialism, Indian reservations, the gas chambers of Auschwitz. You will see where I'm going with this when we return to the documentary about Sarah Baartman. This discussion of positivism has much to do with the theme of hope and despair because, in another thesis, Benjamin argues that both the hatred and the spirit of sacrifice of the true agents of history, the toiling classes, are nourished by the image of enslaved ancestors rather than that of liberated grandchildren. In other words, stories from the past, condensed as fearsome imagery of violence, serve to fire the imagination that causes the living to take their destiny into their hands. Soyinka will join issues with Benjamin by arguing that the image of liberated grandchildren is no less consequential as a propeller of action. Soyinka is one of the very few black authors of our era, including the Ghana-born novelist Ayiko Ama, the African-American filmmaker Julie Dash, and the South African poet Mazizi Kunene, whose conception of time departs sharply from the standard understanding of it as a progressive, forward-moving phenomenon. They view time as a continuum, with past, present, and future informing one another, the world of the dead, the living, and the unborn as interpenetrated. It is a conception of time found in many African cultures, and it has served as a taken for granted background to the way these cultures relate to death, to birth, to every sort of transition in the life of an individual or a community. For them, in fact, the three dimensions of past, present, and future do not exhaust the possibilities of time. This is because there is a fourth dimension, or the fourth stage of Soyinka's phrasing, where ideas and images from the past enliven the present so intensely that those living in that present are alive enough with dreams and hopes of the future to plan for it. In case all of this is beginning to sound abstract, let me use the present lecture as an example. December this year will make it 38 years since Soyinka gave his Nobel lecture in Stockholm. That's the past in relation to today, and some of the ideas in the lecture no longer have the urgency that they had then. Now, presently, we are returning to a few of those ideas to imagine possibilities about life and human dignity on the continent and the world at large, which is an investment in the future, in hope. Those possibilities inform my assumption of Nigeria and South Africa as my primary audience in a manner that, for Soyinka, was only potential, even though his context presented him with a greater sense of occasion than this. This conception of time informs the counterintuitive phrasing of the title of the Nobel lecture. This past, not this present, must address its present. Now I turn to the lecture by Wole Soyinka, but in the meantime, I sent a request to the person organizing the video and the Zoom, and I was told I was declined. So I'm afraid I may not be able to share the PowerPoint and even the video that I intend to show, unless that request is granted. If we don't have the opportunity to watch the video, I will just read the excerpts that I think I was going to show as video in any case. The past to which Soyinka refers is the global history of white supremacy that culminated in the apartheid system and which in 1986 was in its last throes, though still able to do enormous damage. The entire Southern African region, including the so-called frontline state, was caught in the crosshairs of the Angolan civil war that pitted the ruling MPLA and its allies, principally Cuba, against Jonas Savimbi's UNITA that drew support from certain Western powers. The apartheid regime provided significant backing to UNITA and engaged in vast acts of destabilization and sabotage across the sub-region, while movements like the ANC resolutely held the separatist government's feet to the fire. Just 2 months before the Nobel lecture, in fact, in the same week that the award was announced and the Black World went into jubilation, President Samora Machel of Mozambique was assassinated when the helicopter in which he was traveling crashed in the southern part of the country. Fingers were pointed at the racist regime in Pretoria. I might add, parenthetically, that 1986 also saw the emergence of Yoweri Museveni as the president of Uganda, and that black king remains on the throne 38 years on. To bring home the urgency of his message regarding the backwardness of apartheid, quote, a stubborn, self-destructive child with certain destructive power, but a child nevertheless, end of quote. Soyinka links Machel's death to that of Olof Palme, the progressive prime minister of Sweden, his present post at the time. He states, and I quote, whatever the facts are about Olof Palme's death, there can be no question about his life. To the racial oppression of a large sector of humanity, Olof Palme pronounced and acted a decisive no. Perhaps it was those who were outraged by this act of racial treachery, who were myopic enough to imagine that the death of an individual would arrest the march of his convictions. Perhaps his mother was simply yet another instance of the terror epidemic that feeds today on shock, not reason. It does not matter. An authentic conscience of the white tribe has been stilled, and the loss is both yours and mine. End of quote. Apartheid was an unprovoked, state-backed regime of aggression towards a large segment of the population of South Africa, and was entering its fourth decade of systematic cruelty. In the 1980s, the racist regime had the unqualified support of the conservative government of the United Kingdom under Margaret Thatcher and the United States under Ronald Reagan. It also menaced many of its white intellectuals and activists, such as Ruth First, Bram Fisher, Andre Brink, Helen Suzman, and Breton Breitenbach, who had resolved neither to endorse its cruelty nor keep silent. Soyinka says further, and I quote, "The blacks, of course, are locked into an unambiguous condition. On this occasion, I do not need to address us. We know and embrace our mission. It is the order that this president seizes the opportunity to address, and not merely those who are trapped within the confines of that doomed camp, but those who live outside, on the fringes of conscience." End of quote. Soyinka's categories of black and white, us and them, may sound rather stark from this distance. Let us bear in mind, however, that those were categories on which the apartheid regime thrived and that it continued to reinforce with physical and discursive violence. The address was thought to Europe and its principal allies across the world, particularly those sectors disingenuous enough to oppose the global call for economic and cultural boycotts of that regime. To appreciate the significance of Soyinka's standpoint about the twin destinies of black and white, Europe and Africa in this particular challenge, let us remember that he understands Samora Machel's tragic death as a form of triumph for the black world. And I quote him, "Every act of racial terror, with its vastly increasing sophistication of style and escalation in human laws, is itself an acknowledgement of improved knowledge of and respect for the potential of what is feared, an acknowledgement of the sharpening tempo of triumph by the victimized." End of quote. Soyinka's premise is that the African world, or the black race as he prefers to call it, knows itself and is This is where I wish to make a central extrapolation, to depart from Soyinka's premise but without standing against him. There are two aspects to this extrapolation. The first is that setting one's sight inward is no sign of a lack of awareness about the global, planetary scope of the forces that deny or stand in the way of one's highest aspiration, our most heightened sense of hope. That to address one's concern to Nigeria and South Africa, for example, is to speak to the entirety of the black world, and of course, the world at large. Once we shift perspective from looking at the world in purely rationalized, calculable idioms, even the tiniest fragment of negligible experience is a potential embodiment of infinite complexities. The significant difference between the present attention and the one that Soyinka requested in 1986 is this. Since the fox of apartheid need not be permanently chased away before we turn our attention to chastising the errant hen, we can stay vigilant at the ways of hens that pick at the innards of their kind. Let me suspend the metaphor and say the matter plainly. Whether or not apartheid, as a racialized system of economic exploitation remains or returns in a different guise, we should not hesitate to hold Nigeria and South Africa responsible for treating their population as expendable entities. Both countries, at the present time, have mostly hardened as socio-economic immiseration, what apartheid once gamed the world into sin in racial terms. This point dovetails with the second aspect of my extrapolation. Can we be certain that the self-knowledge which Soyinka confidently spoke of in Stockholm is still as accessible to us? That it has not been buried under the debris of decades of external and internal afflictions, of the little understood genealogy of our identities? If the basis of one's self-apprehension is solely as a Muslim, or Yoruba, or socialist, or South African, how can one recognize and defend the sanctity of the existence of a neighbor who isn't any one of these? Note that I do not dispute the existence of such self-knowledge. What I say in a moment about the recovery of the remains of Sarah Batman will affirm the essence of what is possible based on self-knowledge, despite centuries of seeming silence in the face of strenuous denial and cultural denigration. Nor am I calling for the abandonment of whatever identities we, as self-conscious individuals, choose to profess in private or in public. Rather, my contention is that the essential identity that we have accepted or are constructing stand in the way of a fruitful understanding of what that self-knowledge is. If we do not at the same time see those identities in relation to others and to those of others. This detail underscores the relevance of this return of Sarah Batman to issues of identity, but I think that it is clarifying to play that second story in a larger context of the theory of positivism, the context within which my opening remarks about the coexistence of negative and positive impulses and of violence and imagination as well comes into relief. As a theory of human progress, positivism invested more in scientific knowledge, certain that ideas of biology, geology, and of course technology must inform the appreciation of social phenomena and in an irreversible progressive manner. But in the 19th century, the long era of scientific discovery, of Darwin's theory of evolution, of the invention of the cinematograph also brought about the scramble for and the partition of Africa, and the regime of global imperialism that remained in place until the carnage of the Second World War and the relentless agitation from the colonized world persuaded the imperial powers to abandon or at least change the rules of the game. Think of our present obsession with technology, artificial intelligence, genome sequencing, advanced communication, as inextricably linked to its questionable sides such as genetically modified organisms, disinformation through social media, and other unpredictable or unforeseen outcomes. Besides tainting scientific progress with reactionary politics, positivism also characterized human values like spirituality as imperfect knowledge. Whether one practices or invests in religious faith matters less than that spirituality is part of the human heritage and comes from the same place as what we often think of as imagination. According to Sigmund Freud in Moses and Monotheism, it took millennia for monotheism, the form that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam have taken in the Common Era, to find wide acceptance. Monotheism gained favor with the world. It triumphed, as it were, recovering its loss thousands of years after the first attempt by Pharaoh Akhenaten was quashed definitively during the 18th dynasty of the New Kingdom in ancient Egypt. That eventual triumph occurred through the figure of St. Paul, who, as we know, never met Jesus Christ, and in fact began his career as a persecutor of the remaining apostles, only to suffer a similar fate in the latter part of his career. Millennia may lapse, but the silent and steady work of memory, fragmented memory, no less, ensures that reckoning does come. The violence through which monotheism, which Ayikwe characterizes as totalitarian ownership in his book The Way of Companions, has consolidated that triumph, is linked to the power it exerts on the imagination of its adherents, punishing apostates and heretics by burning them at the stake, arguably the most painful kind of death, converting people by force of arms. These are acts of violence certain to achieve immediate results. Monotheism, or even religion as such, does not, however, fully apprehend, much less exhaust, what we mean by spirituality. And now I will turn to the film, The Return of Sarah Batman. I will attempt to see if I can actually project some of the clips. Okay, I think I can, which is good. Can you see the video? Excuse me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you. For the story of Sarah Batman, to which I now turn, reckoning took just 2 centuries through the agency of an engaged spirit, alias poetic faith, which was what was considered dead and buried, was exhumed and restored to an equilibrium that would be impossible to contemplate on the basis of empirical knowledge. So I'll show the first 10 minutes and it's, of the film, just to get you a sense of what's about, because what I'm going to say will make sense only after you watch or understood what's going on in these first 4 minutes. Okay.
Sarah Bartman was born in 1789 on the banks of the Gamtoos River in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Her people, the Khoikhoi, South Africa's indigenous First Nation, had been slaughtered in colonial hunting raids, decimated by smallpox, and their lands stolen by invading Dutch settlers. Her community destroyed and family separated, the young Sarah ended up on a farm in the Cape Colony, owned by a Dutch farmer called Peter Cesar, from where she was lured to London with the promise of fame and fortune by Cesar's brother, Hendrik. Sarah arrived in London in 1810, which at that time was obsessed with human curiosities considered to be freaks and exhibited as fairground attractions. Hendrik Cesar dubbed her the Hottentot Venus and exhibited her at Piccadilly Circus, where she was one of the most popular freak show attractions. The popularity of Sarah's exhibition was fueled by the European imagination and its morbid fascination with the mythical anatomy and genitalia of the poor people. Sarah Bartman spent 5 years in England, where her exhibition sparked controversy and outrage. After a much publicized court case, she left London for Paris in the spring of 1815, where she was again put on public display.
Just arrived from London is the Hottentot Venus. She is to be seen at number 15, Rue Neuve des Petits Champs, from 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Admittance, 3 francs.
Sarah's exhibition in Paris caught the attention of leading French scientists, among them Georges Cuvier, an eminent scientific scholar, Napoleon's Surgeon General, and widely regarded as the father of comparative anatomy. Cuvier observed Sarah Bartman and examined her as a scientific specimen, after which he made the following observations.
This woman presents a singularly remarkable trait, prodigious volume of her buttocks. We noticed that when female apes have disorders in their menstrual cycle, this disorder makes them develop buttocks proportional to the ones we noticed on the Hottentot woman. She hid her apron carefully between her thighs. Her movements were brusque and capricious like those of apes. She had great, pendular breasts and the unsightly habit of making her lips protrude, like an orangutan. Her thigh bones were heavy and short like an animal's. Her upper thighs were spindly and delicate like those of apes, dogs and other carnivores.
Less than a year after her arrival in Paris, Sarah Bartman died on New Year's Day in 1816. She was 26 years old. Within 24 hours of her death, her body was given to Cuvier. He made a plaster cast of her body and carved out her brain and genitals. These were preserved in glass jars. Cuvier's dissection of Sarah Bartman gave shape to scientific racism, and she became the symbol of black women's sexuality in 19th century Europe. Sarah's skeleton and plaster cast were on public display at the Musée de l'Homme for almost 160 years until they were removed in 1974.
Okay, and then I'll show another one just to give you a sense of if that's let me see where that is. 743 to 925.
In 1998, I was doing a course on sexuality in the colonies. Came aware of her story again. It was in June in 1998, and the first anniversary of my mother's death was also in June 1998. And I became aware of Sarki. I longed for my mother, I longed for my country. I was homesick. I stood outside one evening, I looked at the star, and I said, I want to touch one. It's so far away. In Africa, in South Africa, I'll be able to touch them. And I thought of her, she who wanted to go home so much, longing for home so much. And I thought, if she longed so much for her home and I longed so much for my mother, how much did she long for her mother? And I then only packed in one pair of shoes. And my feet were swollen from the journey. And I had to wear that shoe, and it was painful. And for 3 days, I had to walk on that shoe. And as if something was, I said to myself, sister, you've got to feel the pain that your ancestor felt while she was in. I couldn't look at the buildings, I couldn't look at the sky, I couldn't look at anything. I think it's year of degradation. It is year of brutalization. And I was angry.
All right, so that's it. Just as I said, to give you a sense of the story and to put what we're going to be saying in context. Note, please, the worldview which informed Georges Cuvier's experiment was a rigorously scientific one. Comparative anatomy predated and later informed such original ideas as Darwin's evolutionary theory. Historical knowledge afforded. Whatever the prejudices of the age, Cuvier's point in comparing Batman's anatomy and physiological disposition to those of an orangutan is hardly disputable today. What is in contention is the radical difference in thinking of the hoi-hoi as unrelated to the human species in France circa 1815, whence Darwin was an infant. Yes, Batman was a member of the hoi-hoi ethnicity that already faced near extinction from the onslaught of Dutch settlers in South Africa. But as one of the interviewees says, we no longer dispute the fact that the brains of the Frenchman René Descartes, the so-called father of modern philosophy, and Batman were the same size. The empirical world of science and cultural relativism were content to leave things at that. Then comes a South African poet, Diana Ferros, who was the lady speaking in the second video, who, living abroad, feels something as ineffable as homesickness and began to call to the spirit of home. The transportation of Sarah from England to France was anything but fortuitous, being understood as a disposition toward avoiding the kind of scandal that could damage commerce in the entertainment industry. To understand how Ferrus's poem sets in motion the long process that culminated in the repatriation of Sarah's body requires us to embrace the less predictable ways of historical reckoning, even in the midst of deep-seated despair. Imagination confronts the violence of historical injustice on its own terms, as an uncompromising statement of idealism, and on the turf of that violence. But that imaginative leap, notice that Ferrus calls Sarah her sister, needs company, and finds it in the orb of forgotten memory of Nicolas Abou, who went to Musée de l'Homme a lot as a boy, and who, now as a senator, responds to the same call that has moved Ferrus. Rather than show the video, I'll just read what it says. That's the senator, Nicolas Abou. Abou is spelled A-B-O-U-T, just as we say about. Sayi Batman is an encounter going back to my childhood. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a doctor. My leisure activity on Thursday afternoons, when I was 4 years old, consisted of going to the Mankind Museum, that is Musée de l'Homme. I often saw Saji Batman there, a skeleton and the cast of her body. That was our first meeting, which was very impressive for a child. I never forgot this image. End of quote. It is an unexpected companionship of poetry and politics. In retrospect, never mind that the act of passing the law authorizing the repatriation is another day at the office for French parliamentarians. Between Diana Ferrus and Nicolas Abou, between poetic faith and political passion, if you will, sits the ordinary figure of Anne-Sophie Parisot, the parliamentarian assistant who brings the poem to Abou's attention. Without explicitly stating it, Miss Parisot already embraces the idea of her identity as French, female, and bureaucrat in kinship with the impulses the poem projects, and which Soyinka would demand in his lecture. The series of chance encounters in this story offers a lesson in the possibilities of hope, but we can do more than leave things to chance in a world of sustained state of emergency. The certainties of scientific knowledge play a decisive role in the attitude towards Batman's 19th century France. 2 centuries later, those certainties meet a combination of historical memory, cultural identity based on ethnicity, and an uncompromising artistic integrity to force a reckoning. Perhaps a triumph not on the scale of that of monotheism, but it is a singular example of the restoration to an abused past of its essence. It's also a precursor of the current turn in the restitution of artifacts from European museums. Bringing this discussion to an end, I want to hone in on the question of religious ethnicity that I hinted at the beginning, so doing so in a manner that it seems to me invites reflections for sentient Africans of the present time. About religion, I've said a bit. Regarding ethnicity, more needs to be said. Its significance lies in the fact that thoughtful black authors, like Soyinka in the Nobel lecture for instance, speak for and as Africans, reducing or sublimating the ethnic fragment to that inclusive continental vision. But see what thinking and imagining as hoi hoi enable Ferrus and her allies to achieve. This is a win for ethnicity. So I want to show the second video and then I'll sort of round up. Okay.
You fight for something for almost a decade, but you don't actually believe you're going to succeed. And I think you do that because you need to. How do you get the courage to continue fighting? You get the courage to continue fighting by thinking, this will probably take the rest of my life. It hasn't. I am overjoyed. I am very happy. I want to be an auntie, have a beautiful funeral, cry my eyes out, and then, well, now I've got the rest of my life for some other struggle. Which undoubtedly I shall also win. You know, this has really given me confidence in our capacity to be able to change the world in the way we want to. It's a beautiful millennium.
Okay. It's a double-edged weapon, surely. A people, victims of centuries of historical oppression, finally throw off the yoke. And what do? They take to oppressing others, doing to others mostly what had been done to themselves, oftentimes more. Around 1966, according to a documentary film titled Concerning Violence, based on the title of Fanon's chapter in The Record of the Earth, which was on YouTube the last time I checked, an attempted strike by laborers in the rubber plantation in Liberia is met with violence of a most ruthless kind. An entire family is plucked out of company housing and dropped in the middle of nowhere. After seeing that film, you can decide what role the maltreatment of the workers played in the quest for revenge that 14 years later spurred the bloody coup that brought Master Sergeant Samuel Doe and his junta to power in Monrovia. On the face of it, such latter resorts to violence are seen as the ripening of the hopes of recovery of lost dignity, the cleansing of the memory of the enslaved ancestors of Benjamin's formulation. On closer scrutiny, they are an attempt at protecting current privileges, now retroactively affirmed as rights. At any rate, there's another chastening lesson in that episode for seeing abstract ideas like hope, love, evil, or right as the poison chalice that the past offers to the future. Abstract ideas must be worked, cultivated. They require labor as constant attention and vigilance. And even then, with so much dedication, there are no guarantees. That is why art goes to work, pouring in the realm of imagination, the moral immersion of figurative language in the task of striving to perfect or correct nature, including human nature, where it is failing. Diana Ferros's imaginative leap as a poet comes from the same space of spirituality as religious faith, the way twins or triplets come from the same organ. An Abrahamic religion, or religion as such, does not exhaust spiritual possibilities. So there's nothing to be afraid of, ashamed of, or proud of in the act of professing a religious faith or refusing to profess one. The same ought to go for national or ethnic identity. Ethnic rivalry or suspicion in and of itself does not constitute danger or safety without vested interests. When African ethnicities, say the Temnes and the Kamajors of Sierra Leone during the civil war of the late 1990s, were at each other's neck, the animus was impotent, or the scale of violence comparatively low, without outside interference, the big money investment of the world's ammunition industry, and the conglomerates in the global business of diamond mining. In counterpoint to the perspective about the destructiveness of ethnicity, perhaps we can respect the integrity of those fragments, Akan, Malinke, Kalenji, Urobo, or Zulu, keeping in mind that they are continuously reconstituted and reinvented through contacts, while pointing to the whole that is precariously African, itself a fragment of our common humanity in the uneven oneness of the known world. Through neighborliness and incorporation that stir to life in this unceasing process, histories take shape, move away, resettle, picking up or leaving residues here and there, and leaf becomes soap. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Akin Adeshokan. Somebody came into this house and gave your original name, but I won't mention the person. It's Professor Ademakinwa, who was your schoolmate in UI. He said, no, I should call you your original name, but I said, no, this is Professor Akin Adeshokan here. And Professor Bisi Ademakinwa just walked in too. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for Akin Adeshokan. The keynote is not to be questioned, so the next panel is going to now interrogate some of the submission by Professor Adeshokan. And I'll crave your indulgence, the House, that we're going to move the seats back so that we can face the proper plenary. So let's just take 2 minutes to stand up while we quickly rearrange the room, and then we'll be back here. Fortunately, we have 2 hours slot for that, so we're cheating by 15 minutes, actually. We're going to lose 15 minutes. Every panel session is 1 hour, 30 minutes. Every panel session is 1 hour, 30 minutes. So it's just under 2 minutes, then we'll be back. While that is going on, I'll just give a quick rundown of, we have this next conversation at 2 p.m. and then the one after that will be 4 p.m. then another at 6:30 p.m. So for the 2 p.m., where we've lost 15 minutes now, the theme is reclaiming the moment. What I didn't tell you is that our speakers are here, but the moderator is here to arrive. So we welcome our partner, the Nigeria Copyright Commission, the head of Lagos office, Mr. Emmanuel Wakocha, Mr. Jide Bello, who promised to buy me lunch today, and he has been pretending that he didn't see me. Running all over the place, I'm being cautioned by Pastor Lulu. No, God, Opemi is the president. They are coming in.
essentially, you know, you have access to it, you use it, but it can be owned by the entire community and not by an individual. And then even when new people come from outside the community, it can be shared with them if they have need and use for it. So a lot of the things that he's saying there that comes from the African knowledge system are actually things that are also now being looked at from the Western lens view, especially when we look at the crisis of sustainability in the world today, climate crisis, and also, you know, global economic crisis. We now need to begin to rethink those traditional paradigms of westernization that we are taught that, you know, that's the only way that we can go. So, depending on the question and all of that, we can go into specific details, and also my own critique of some of his own views I can share later. Thank you.
Okay, so we have two books. The first one invites us to consider the paradox of a traveler who gets to a crossroads and cannot tell which of the forks to turn to. And we're instructed at that point to look for the road sign that has fallen down, raise it up, and point one of them in the direction where we're coming from. And so we can then calibrate where we want to go to. So this creates a basis for us to triangulate where we're going to. The second book says we're here. How do we deal with it? I am not a fan of the interpretation we have here, but one thing is that if you pay attention to the conversations around the Nobel Prize for Economics this year, much of what he has said is included. And you say it takes him long, but there is not. If Europe Trump says that the reason why they left behind are not where they should be is because the others within the same society are holding them back. Darren Acemoglu and co. insists that the crisis we face is that technology is not husbanded to the advantage of the collective aspirations of mankind. And so the lack of husbandry and conquest was prominent in the West at some point. But if the West took from us and turned it into what they have today, we're invited to take what they have and to humanize it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me adjust my. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Etunde, as Mr. German said. I've been told I have 15 minutes, so I'll try to round up everything I can say in 10 minutes. When Mr. Akinsho texted me that there's a book he wants me to read, he told me, Mr. German said in 9 days, and I was like, how big is this book? Is it that complex? Is it that voluminous? Then I saw the book and I understood why he gave it that he suggested it was a challenge. If I was to review this objectively as, I'm not an intellectual in this situation, I'm just your average reader that went to the 4 walls of university. Firstly, the writing style, the grammar is a lot if you are not used to academic writings or philosophy, that kind of area. Because the first chapter you need to get through the grammar, the writing style, then I read on the author, then I understood. You got there are two sides to what the author is basically saying, and he used myths to lead into it, because according to him, needs a way of passing on stories, traditions, cultures, and Africans tend to pass it, no Africans, people tend to pass it on better as myths. He used the story of, I may not be pronouncing them correctly because they are ancient Kemet words. He used the story of Jyoti, Asa, that, you know, Asa, Osa, thank you very much, sir. You know Osa as Osiris in Egyptian mythology, and the Ma'at sisters, if that one is correct. That's Asta Neptet. He used them to signify that, not to signify, to explain that the development of innovation and everything actually started in Africa. And when I saw it, I was like, okay.
things go, or how things are all coupled. Essentially, it's a book about man and his place in a troublesome, if not troubled space. And he describes, interestingly, when I did philosophy earlier, it was the id, the superego, and the ego. Well, he says it's the feeling brain and the thinking brain, and then the balance between these two. Apparently, man is instinctive. There is an intentional part of him that then struggles to put a cap on the emotive state. But his argument is that rather than intentionally try to override the emotive state, the thinking bit must understand where the emotions are headed and then provide the arguments to lead it in the desired direction. It's that simple. But for me, became a question of intentionality. And if you say that, so I don't know, we're claiming the moment for all of us is now, it's Nigeria, it's here today. He says that the West came and they overthrew existing cultural parties. It wasn't an argument around logic. They had the Gatling gun. If they didn't have a Gatling gun, if they had come with bows and arrows, it would have been a question of numbers and the best strategic general. Hannibal of Carthage had defeated Europe several times over. So in terms of strategy, I'm sure, and then Shaka the Zulu with his Nkunto also did terrible things to Boris down there. But the difference was the Gatling gun. It was Gatling gun and seafaring. They had bigger boats, bigger ships, they could move large numbers of people. If we're going to be intentional, so Africa was the cradle of civilization. We could go ahead and rank all day long about it. But the boss has moved. The boss is where we are today. What are we as Africans, heirs to that tradition, able to do with what we present today? Right now, it's rotten lemons. Can we make lemonades out of rotten lemons? I do not know. Because as we speak, the conversation is shifting before our very eyes. Electronic vehicles, lithium-ion batteries, renewables, Britain is all renewable now. Even the intermittency of electric power generation that requires you to have a base load is no longer a conversation that's happening. Our grid seems to prefer to be collapsed than to be upright. So for
one, the source of amnesia. What is happening, in my view, and going back to the theme this year, the Shoenka year, is something that Shoenka hinted at.
Those that
these are the things that men came to meet Menka in this novel, Chronicles of the Happiest People. Menka is a medical doctor. So they came to meet him and say, join us, you could be very useful for us being a medical doctor, you're an expert in the amputations and everything and all. And then when Menka was being recalcitrant, they remind him of the operations they carry out, that sometimes people have accidents and then you cut off their hand and their leg and even some other part of their body. Do you have that kind of feeling when you do that? So what is now the difference and all? So this is just the way people try to locomote narration to fit into their own context of reality. Forgetting that it is different when you cut off the arm of somebody as a medical doctor in the line of your work, and when you do it out of gruesomeness, and dehumanization. So that is one part. And on the aspect of Gongo 4, in the story we are made to realize that they're actually 4 friends and all. But despite the fact that reading the novel, we might be quick to tag the priest, Terry Bogbo, maybe as a villain, as somebody who suppresses, who is ready to be exploitative and all. But at times, perhaps we could look at it from another perspective, like I said earlier, that perspective of everything, that we could also see him as one of the people, who have been suppressed in society where they find themselves. Probably if the society had been more accommodating and all, they would have been. And finally, remember, it is towards the last part that I realized that Terry Bogbo is actually Farodion, member of the Gongo 4. I didn't realize it at the beginning at all. This reminds me that for showing cast work, if you miss a page, there might be a problem, because at times he's describing some things, in 4 pages, but you still have to read, word for word, within the lines for you to grapple the whole of thing.
You've made my day. I'm telling you. You've read the book, okay? And since you keep missing the correct pronunciation of Terry Bogbo. Now, the interesting thing about Terry Bogbo is that go and read that section carefully. Which Ogo is he terrible? Ogo Wolon terrible. Ori is head. And Ogo is grace, It's in the church. Right? It's actually sexual stuff, I mean, there's this revival, and in the church, this religious leader actually makes love to this woman during revival, when everybody is shouting and all that. That is the Ogo that the woman terrible now. I mean, so you shouldn't forget terrible. Terrible. Okay?
Prof, sir.
Yeah, please.
That's the last, please.
I just want to make a short remark. And that is the fact that Shoinka's recent writing has taken on this slight humorous aspect to portray very tragic events. And he gave a lecture at the Codestra conference in Dakar. And all through that lecture, he was painting the tragedy of Nigeria. And, I mean, if you were a Nigerian, you would just be laughing all the way. And I've been noticing that. I haven't read the Chronicles, but from what you have said. And Yoruba people say that when a matter is too tragic for weeping, it was laugh. And laughter, Nietzsche says, is the solution. So those who say that Nigerians are the happiest people on earth, even now, we are still the happiest. Because the genius to create laughter, fun, life out of our tragic situation continues to marvel me. Is it death? People are talking of killing to get money and all, ritual killing and all. Dr. Biro? What does he become? Somebody who's trained to heal. He becomes a killer. And you know the two berries says they grow together. So human beings have this dual nature. You have the noble aspect, the godlike aspect, and then you have the bestial aspect. And the two, in every breast, you have this. The good, the evil. It's like the octopus. It's cut off one finger, it grows another. And those fingers will continue. And so the song of perambulator just continue to perambulate. This is a game chair, merry-go-round. That is it. And with the right form, and it sustains us. What I see in Lagos every day, it's tragic. How do people cope? It is by creating joy out of sorrow, misery, woe. Surprisingly, it is the wretched of the social dregs who enjoy life most in this city of Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Please, let's give them another round of applause, please. Fantastic panel discussion. Before they disperse, quickly, as customary with us, we'd like to have a group photograph. Maybe you just could kindly stand on your feet so we'll have a very quick one. And I would like to call on the chairman of the Kora Board of Trustees, Chief Kayode Aderokunrin, to join us here, please, sir. And also Mr. Ben Tomoloju, the Kora Board of Trustee member. And of course, the Kora Secretary General, Mr. Tony Akinyosho, please. Let's have you on the podium so we can have this photograph very quickly. Okay, are we ready? Mr. Adia Ofemu, please, sir. And Mr. Kunle Ajibade, please. Let's make it a complete group photograph. Mr. Kunle Ajibade, please. Oh, okay. We are still waiting for you, sir. Yes, okay, Mr. Tade Padiola too. Our poet laureate, please come and join us. You cannot deny your contemporaries. I think we can centralize this. Three. Is it okay like this? Yeah. Oh, okay. Say Labaf, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And following this interesting panel discussion will be a very brief introduction of someone who has whose presence has been physically present with us, but we've not seen him physically. So very quickly, while we're sitting down, I'd like to call on Mr. Dada Adekola, who is the president of the Association of Nigerian Cartoonists, the Cartoonist Association of Nigeria, CAN, and he's here with his team members, Mr. Jim Osatudin, who happens to be the secretary of the association. Mr. Adekola, sir, we're waiting for you. And Mr. Adekola is going to be talking about those beautiful cartoons you are seeing behind you, those memes, gravities you are seeing. He's going to...
Okay. Please give us 1 minute to introduce Mr. Dada Adekola. If you have been reading Mr. and Mrs. as cartoon, this is Mr. and Mrs. Dada Adekola. I'm sure many of us know him by that character. So he's the one who put up this exhibition. Okay, just quickly introduce us to it, and then Samuel will continue. The next session is at 6 p.m. here, reading.
My name is Dada Adekola. I'm the president of. Sorry. Hello.
Just 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes, please.
My name is Dada Adekola. I'm the president of Cartoonists Association of Nigeria. This is our second collaboration with Labaf.
Gentleman.
This is our second collaboration with Labaf, although Labaf is 26 years. While so many books are read, we decided to bring humor and pictures into your midst. So after reading such books, we collaborated by saying we should take you around those cartoonists. Those cartoons. We have a series of them. We have a lot of cartoonists from Nigeria. We have, I work for Vanguard. There are people who work for, there are other cartoonists who work for Sun, those who work for, what is it, Daily Trust, and some other people. So if you want us to go around, we will introduce you to the cartoons one by one. Are you having that? So,
what Mr. Adekola is saying, I want to drown out all the messages that is coming. What Mr. Adekola is saying, that these cartoons are speaking to the theme of the festival. Feel free, because we want to refresh this room. We have, hello, Prof, hello. We want to refresh this room so that I can look fresh. Please feel free to go around and see the cartoon, and it's here. Where are the other cartoonists? His members are around. They will just take you, they will just guide you around the exhibition. Then we will refresh the room and we will reconvene at 6 p.m. for 5 minutes to 6 for the reading. Labaf is about reading, it's about writing, it's about enjoying literature, the joy of reading. So we'll come back and listen to writers reading from their works. So Mr. Adekola, now you have to speak loud into the mic, and Samuel will guide you.
Maybe, do I have to amplify your voice, sir?
No.
Can we follow Mr. Adekola, please? Just for clarity.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is for the prof, the celebrant, Professor Wole Soyinka. We did this during the 64th anniversary of Nigeria, and today is 90. If you read, you read small stories about him on the cartoon. He's cutting a cake that's shaped like books. This cartoon is from Mr. Victor Asowata. About 2 weeks ago, it caught a controversial stare on the front page of Guardian. The federal government thought Guardian was trying to bring the military into the system. But it's just an illustration from Mr. Asowata that illustrates a particular story. This one is between husband and wife. The wife wants the husband to come to the other room. The man said he has no strength, and that the palliative that government gave is not enough. This is about Joe Biden and the animal farm. So anybody that sees is best understood. Now, this is about the Gaza. While we spend money on sponsoring war, you find it very difficult to sponsor a child that is out of school there. Then, of course, this education. Poor funding is dragging us down in Nigeria. So you can see. These are some of my cartoons. This is Mr. and Mrs. on the front page of Vanguard. The first one says, "Are you saying I cannot get anything I want from you at any time?" The husband says, "I'm only saying offer valid while stock lasts." This is about us in Nigeria. We have the executive, we have the legislative, we have the judiciary. They keep taking from us every day. So we are the sacrificial lamb.
This is another one, when they remove subsidy. It means that we keep tightening our belts. This guy has been tightening his belts until he has no stomach any longer. Meanwhile, the politician has a fat belly. Then, this is another cartoon by one of our Oga Patapata, now, the president is putting up a kind of big bulldozer to take humanitarian affairs and poverty. In Nigeria now, with the advent of those kids that were docked, our human affairs record is not around about. This is allocation to states. Then it's being given to paddy. So somebody is saying, this man is saying, after we are through with cousins and nephews, it's the turn of the in-laws to see the governor. They come there to the governor to take money. Now, we devalue our currency, yet we keep having the currency falling. Now, this is the president and the president that's representing the masses. We are being flogged. After that one, they will transfer to another person. This guy is Tayo. Tayo was from England. His view about the third world and the IMF condition is that while the IMF is giving us conditions, the criminals are telling us, look, shun IMF, we can do business together. Now, this is internet crime. While the guy at this end think he's smart, they are waiting for him at the other side. Now, this is our problem. We have foodstuff and pure water. We have waste disposal levy. We have village monthly dues. We have in-laws and relatives. Everything upon one man. Now, the man of the house is dying. Then I say, look, Daddy, gas has finished. And I'm hungry. He does not know that the man is having a lot of problems. This is our roots. This one has been putting up a lot of history about black people. He also lives in England. This is Nelson Mandela. A lot of black history is there. In Sudan, while they are dropping food stuff and everything for people in Gaza, Sudan is suffering, which means that they just abandon Africa and are doing whatever they want to do. Now, this is my cartoon. I grew up listening to reggae music. So while the protesters are taking during the last protest, somebody is using one of Bob Marley's, Peter Tosh's song. Everyone is crying out for peace. None is crying out for justice. But there will be no peace until we get equal rights and justice. So, this is another soft cartoon. Somebody is trying to sell supplements to somebody who is hungry. I should buy supplements for 1,000 naira. To supplement what? Roasted plantain and granite of 100 naira, they are just 8. Power grabbers. During the election, those who want to do their thing in the right way are seized, yet they take mandate from them by force. Now, this is one of our most mischievous cartoonists. He worked for the Business Day. His mark is Mike Asuko. Masuko has won so many awards. Now, the president and his wife, he said, with the Sapa College, just within a year, they have been forced to go through fire, train for turbulence, and still for tough pains. Aren't we? In Africa, this guy also worked from England. So he sees Africa this way. Water is one thing that has eluded for a long time. And just use this one to illustrate, and use one of Fela's music, say, water has no enemy. Now, These guys are another very good cartoonist. These are the minors. Now he's now comparing the minors and the government together. The bandits say you must pay 10 million for each child. The judge says you must pay 10 million for each child to be released. So this is Hamas. The Israel Prime Minister had just cut down the tree. Another cartoon by Asuwata. This is one of us crying for fair promises. This is insecurity. You promised us during your campaign that you will curb it. Fix this insecurity as you promised. This is also one of my cartoons. Ministry of Power. This man is Minister of Power, and he has just used the electricity to see whether it can shock somebody. Say, it shock you? You must say no. But when they bring electric bill, the guy ran. So this is another cartoon from London. While they are jubilating about Trump, you say, who are these people celebrating the government that is going to curb immigration? Those who are here already. And this is another cartoon that I did. While the man has very little income, there's inflation by his side, and this is government by his side. As he was about to eat, government said, hold it. Have you paid your tax? This is a young guy who has just joined Qatar. He likes using what is going on in society and very softly. He said, my boss is complaining of brain drain at work. Most of the staff have left for UK. I dare to be different. Equatorial Guinea on my mind, where that guy comes from. So, this is between WK and some people. And they are talking about politicians here. They say there's a caller behind you. You must say, no, I'm satisfied. It's the rule of law. It's the rule of law I asked for. Shake, no. The end man is saying that politician is hiding under one finger. We know them. This is when policemen are after Okada people. The man decided to use his
just want all of you to help me in presenting this to you, and then take it from there. Can you just step forward? Let me call on Professor Rahman. Professor Rahman is also our long-time supporter, right from time immemorial. And Mr. Bentomoloju, who is on our board. And after presenting, we will now call everybody out and we now take picture with Baba. At least we have that on record. In doing that, I also call on Mr. Dada Adekola, who is the chairperson, president of the Cartoonist Association of Nigeria. And I'll call on my brother Femi Makole, who, long-time supporter and fellow journalist. And so we quickly do that now, and then tomorrow we now give the award. I will seize the award. So tomorrow I will now give to Baba formally on stage. So, Professor Rahman, and I'll speak about Baba. Mr. Tomoloju, Mr. Adekola, Macaulay, and my brother, the teacher, I forgot the lawyer. So you just have to give honor to Baba. Baba gets the age 90 in March. Today, let me 90. Okay, so your older brother is the 92. I always confuse. He has an older brother who is even always there. So all these my lazy people, lazy volunteer who come to what is it, traffic. Baba is always there before all of you. Oh yeah. So let's do the presentation. Bring it down. Bring it down. Give it to Inda. Your smile is not switching up. Where's Mr. Attention? You must be down. It's downstairs. Can somebody call him? No, anyway, you have to give it. Anyway, let's just present to Baba because I don't want to lose this opportunity. Give it to Mr. Tomoloju so Prof can talk about it. Okay, let's go. Good, sit down.
So on behalf of Cora and for long years of commitment to our cultural heritage, I have the honor of introducing Baba to this award ceremony, but also to hand over the presentation to Professor Rahman, one of the great erudite scholars that I know.
Thank you, Baba. Now you can. I'd like to congratulate you on this momentous occasion. It's a great thing. I've been here many years, and I see you lay out your books, and you sell them to us at reasonable prices and so on. We are grateful for your commitment, and for reminding of us what was there before and what is yet to come. Congratulations. So on behalf of Cora, I present this to you. Congratulations. And many more years of your presence here. This is Cora, come here at the right time. Hello. Thank you. Say one word.
Well, we just know that Papa has been, ever since, almost from day one, there was a constancy about him, in Labaf affairs. Before, even some of us, the way that we know that we have a festival is when he shows up. You just know that he has set up, and then we're still busy mopping the floor in the morning, where people are just still generally, and he will show, and you can see he's not a young man, and he's done this 16, 17, 18, all the years for at least 22 of the 26 editions. He's been, so we just said, this is our patron. This is really the patron of the festival, you know. So we went online and looked for, I mean, what kind of, so that's how we're here. Thank you so much, sir.
You came in. The president of the Cartoonists Association wants to.
Papa, may God let you win so many awards. Amen.
I'm not taking so much time. Mr. Femi Macaulay, editor at the Nation newspaper, he said you met. Hello, please. Just about your meeting.
Yes, I've met Papa on a number of occasions at his book stand in several places. I won't bore you with a list of those places, but the last time was in Oshogbo. The last time was in Oshogbo at the All Commerce Conference. Oshogbo, that was the last time, you know, I met Papa, you know. And he's always there at the book stand, attending to whoever is interested in his books. And he's written quite a number of books, interesting titles. I salute you, sir. Thank you very much.
I'll give you last word to the chairman. This award was been presented at 7:30, but the way Baba sounded just now, you were there. It's like he might not be here. So let's just see the opportunity since we're all here. Cheers.
Our sincere apologies. We are not very good with time. Blame Tony, blame German. You know, I'm the only saintly one amongst them. We thank you, sir, for your constancy, regularity, and for your diligence. We've always taken you for granted. When we look back, you're always there. It gives us inspiration and confidence. So thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah, we want to.
Okay. Yeah, I was telling Chairman that I have to leave at 5. Yesterday, my elder brother we planned when I'm to pack up so that I can get back home at first up before dark. We got home at about 9 o'clock and he was very angry with me. Now, are you listening, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Please, on my behalf, you are going to write, Cora is going to write to my elder brother to say, we are sorry.
That's it.
No, because no, please do. Please. Mo bẹ̀ yín ni o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ bá mi kọ lẹ́tà lórí head yìí. Kẹ́ni mo sọ níbi pé mo túbà. Ọlọ́run náà tẹ bá kọ́ bóyá màá wá ní tó bá dọdún tó ń bọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n ṣẹ́rẹ́ àwọn tó kọ̀ kíní yẹn tó bá jẹ́ kùjẹ̀kùjẹ̀ báyìí ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe kíni ká jìjọ débẹ̀ nítorí wọ́n mọ̀ ní tàbí German and so wọ́n mọ̀ màá ní ẹ jẹ́ ká débẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé ẹ bá mi kọ́ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má dìlé ẹ o. All right. Ṣé rí i pé mo ti dúpẹ́ báyìí mo ti dúpẹ́ now ẹ jẹ́ ìsọkún nìkan fún yín mo kó àwọn ìwé kan wá síbí lọ́dún yìí ìwé yẹn mo kó ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ méjì dání wá ṣé ń get me wá kó kòròfo àgbọn mo kó yẹn náà wá mo tún wá kó kí ni ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ewé ẹ̀ báyìí no igi ọ̀pẹ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀gún tó wà níbẹ̀ ìwé ni mo pè ó mo kó sórí stand mi mo ń wo àwọn tó máa rà á ẹnìkan ní ìwo leléyìí àbí eléyìí mo ń wo eléyìí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ eléyìí kò tí ì kàn tó eléyìí
ó ní tá bá ta eléyìí fún ẹ̀mí ọ̀run pàtẹ ń taró ẹ̀ tó bá ní gbà ọmọdé gbà tó bá ní bàbá ìwé rẹ fún mi màá ní wà wọ́n ń la ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ fún tani ọmọlúwàbí a kì í fọ́ ẹyin ọ̀rọ̀ sílẹ̀ fún ọmọlúwàbí torí kò ṣe kó àbọ̀ kíni mo fún ẹ ní ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ yìí ó ń pọ́n lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀ eléyìí ó ti pọ́n dáadáa o. màá sọ àbọ̀ ẹ̀ tó o bá lè sọ tó o bá lè sọ tó o bá délé sọ fún màmá àgbà á parí ẹ̀ fún ẹ. ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ń bàjẹ́. fún àgbọn yẹn ní ìwé kan tí mo ti mú wá bílẹ̀ nìyí yìí o àgbọn ni o ti pọ̀ o ìwé kan ní wá Kétúndé àgbọn inú ẹ̀ tiẹ̀ mú yẹn wá kòròfo ẹ̀ nìkan lè mú wá màá ní fìyẹn náà jíṣẹ́ ń lè káwò mi ò rí ìrù odídẹrẹ mú wá ìrù kíni
odídẹrẹ
ayé kò tọ́ làwọn tí yìí mọ̀ sí wọn mọ̀ pé odídẹrẹ ó wà ní Isaiah 62 verse 2 pé wọ́n ní we will cry odídẹrẹ níjọ́ yẹn now ẹ bá ń parí eléyìí odídẹrẹ kì í gbé sóko àwa ìjẹ odídẹrẹ kì í gbé sóko àwa ìjẹ bóyá ẹ tí rí wọn rí bóyá ẹ tí rí wọn rí kán fò lọ báyìí láàárọ̀ nígbó tó bá dìrọ̀lẹ́ tó máa fò bọ̀ báyìí kúrẹ́kúrẹ́ ẹnu wọn kì í jó wọn máa jó ẹni kí làwọn yàrá bí ìyá àgbàlẹ́ wọn ń sọ pé wọ́n lọ láàárọ̀ wọ́n wá ń kọrí síbo sílé wọ́n wá sọ pé odídẹrẹ kì í gbé sóko àwa ìjẹ èmi á ṣe kí ni o tó mọyín kan bá wà nílùú òyìnbó tí ò tètè dé ẹ lọ wá ìrù odídẹrẹ kẹ fi sínú envelope kẹ dì ní okùn ẹ má kọ nǹkan kan sínú ẹ o ẹ pòṣẹ sí oṣù mẹ́ta yọ síbí yìí o. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we go, this is the person who ensures that Baba is there. He's actually the son of the one I said is 92, Baba's older brother. Just a brief comment, and then Mr.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank Cora, Labaf, and all the attendees and all those who have accommodated us all the years. I say thank you very much, and I pray that you continue to grow in strength in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, Baba. Thanks, everyone. The next session is at 6 o'clock. It's now 6:15. Where's Mr. Samuel? 6:30. So we can stretch our leg and refresh the room. So please be back here at 6:20. 6:15.
Hello, good evening everyone. Please don't go out. We are starting the boat trek right now. We have a few minutes to 6:30, so please, while we sit down, let's stretch our leg. As we sit down, the boat trek is going to start right now. So please don't go out. Don't go out. We are going to start our boat trek now.
Please, we're starting in the next 2 minutes. Do not go out. Let's have the reading. Let's honor the authors, and then we continue. Please, let's settle down. Pastor Wale Adeduro, welcome. He's one of our readers this evening.
You're welcome, sir. Obalende, the writer, the author of the book Obalende, A Nation in Motion, is here with us. You're welcome, sir. So we use... Yes. Yeah. You're welcome, sir. So we basically just, in the next 6 minutes, we'll be starting in earnest. So kindly make yourself comfortable so that we can begin the next episode of the Korah Book Trek.
Please, we want to have joy of reading. Please, those who are standing outside, like Olakule, ensure that they come inside because we want to have joy of reading. Samuel is going to introduce us to them, but he has romantic voice, so I have to seize the microphone. Please, let's settle down. All the volunteers there, please come inside. All the choral members, come inside. Come inside. There's nothing happening outside. There's no dinner tonight. The joy of reading is at the heart of Labaf, because this is about literature, it's about reading, it's about enjoying reading, it's about enjoying the text. That's why we want all our people to be inside there. We have 3 of the 5 authors here now. Others will join us. Please, let's settle down. This seat, there's no reserve seat. There's no reserve seat. So let's fill the front, please. So that we can encourage you. Those are the back benchers. The back benchers should come to the front, unless you are in the media. Back benchers to the front. Back benchers to the front. Back benchers to the front. Apart from the you don't see juju now. You use juju. Please ensure that we are on Zoom, because we have people from outside who want to be part of this. I have to specially report that Pastor Wale Adeduro is a member of the choral board, and he actually flew in from Atlanta to be part of this. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Prof. Please get everybody seated, unless you have work there. Mercy, what are you doing outside there? Who are those people sitting at the back there? Because we're recording, we don't want it to look like you now be pressing phone there. The only way you can respect the text, which is at the heart of Labaf, is to be part of the community. Nobody on that table unless you are in the media team. Olakunle, nobody on that table. Can you help me encourage my sister to come in? And then I'll hand over to Samuel Osaze. Where's Sam? Okay. Thank you very much. Now the session is convened.
Thank you very much, sir, for the introduction. I will now move on to the next agenda as part of the series of events marking the 26th edition of the Lagos Book and Art Festival. Of course, you all know that this year is the Shoinka year. And in the past couple of days, we've been talking about the different phases, the changes and evolutions of the iconic writer, the iconic literature, the laureate of literature, Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, Africa's first winner of the prize. So today, we'll be having an edition of the book trek, the choral book trek, and as you can see, the list is star-studded, beginning from a member of the choral board, Mr. Wale Adeduro, who came in all the way from Atlanta. You're welcome, sir. So in no distant time, I've been introducing the panel, and of course, we have a very young, vibrant, not so young, vibrant choral volunteer member who has been so up and doing in the person of Timileyin Mercy Kilani, right? So I'll be calling upon her. Let's welcome her. She comes to the stage. So, Mercy, this is your own session. I'm going to be handing over the mic to you. You introduce your discussants. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, like you heard, my name is Kilani Mercy Timileyin, and today we have 3 authors in our midst. This session is the choral book trek session, and the choral book trek session, the choral book trek in itself is a project of choral, and the aim of this project is to enlighten the youth, to enlighten them, to empower the youth, to promote literacy, to encourage the reading culture, and to ensure that our youth are well equipped with necessary books and with the knowledge for the future. So today we are having 3 authors. one of the authors is running late, so I'm so sorry on our behalf. And I'll be inviting the two authors we have in our midst to the stage now. Join me as I invite Mr. Olabisi Ajakaye, author of If My Country Had a Jury. Also joining us this evening is Mr. Wale Adeduro, author of Obalende, A Nation in Motion. So I would read a short bio of the two authors from their books here. Olabisi Ajakaye is passionate about writing and exploring. He obtained his first, second, and third degree in urban and regional planning. He works and lives with his family in Lagos, Nigeria. Wow, urban and regional planning. And he's a writer and author. Please, a round of applause for him again. Mr. Wale Adeduro is a results maximizer, productivity coach, and mentor of high-impact leaders. He is also an accomplished agri-business consultant. An alumnus of Lagos Business School, he has multiple doctorate degrees in productivity, Christian education, as well as theology and philosophy. He is also a Maxwell Leadership Certified Coach, speaker, and trainer from the USA. A round of applause for him again. Okay, firstly, before we dive into the books, I would like to ask the authors, one after the other, to give us a brief summary of what their books are about. The audience, most of the people in the audience have not read the book. Or has anybody read any of the books here? If you read the book, please wave your hands. So yeah, they would like to know what the book is about, so they can gain insight about the book, so they will not be left, they will not be left alone along the path while we discuss the book. So over to you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much. Nice being here. Thank you for having me. If My Country Had a Jury, what inspired it? Number one, I thought about it. Nigerians, how do we judge? What influences our judgment? Is it sentiment? Is it religion? Is it ethnicity? Is it tribe? So I thought about it. If we oftentimes we blame the judge when they deliver verdicts, or let me say decisions that are contrary to what we expect, that we consider disappointing. So I asked the question, what if the judgment was in the hands of the people? Would they judge any better? Hence, I thought about it. If Nigeria had a jury, would our judiciary be any better than what it is today? So it made me think about something, a rape case. In most instances, when there is an issue of rape or when there's a rape case, the victims do not come out because they are often traumatized and maybe even victimized all over. Now, if we are to handle the rape case with a jury to make the decision, would it be any better? Now that is precisely what influenced this case. So, this book. So the book considers, just like it's done in the West, 12 average regular persons, regular people, they are called by the state to adjudicate a case. But this time around, considering Nigeria's diverse ethnicity, people from the south, east, west, north, people from different socioeconomic background also were all assembled to adjudicate this case. And how they went about it, how they could not extricate their regular lives and struggles and general being from the case is what the book is about. And it makes you the reader, it makes you ask yourself the question, would you do any better if you were called to make a decision on a rape case or any other case whatsoever if you were to serve as a juror? Would you do any better? And what exactly would influence your judgment? Is it evidence? Is it sentiment? Is it religion? Or whatsoever? So that's what the book is about. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Wale Adeduro, over to you, please.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I greet my elders, Pastor Ben, and of course our chairman, Elder Chief Aderin Okun, and everybody. I'm glad to be here again. I appreciate every member of Kora and all of you guys who have organized this event. Now, Obalende, A Nation in Motion, first and foremost, was conceived as a project to assist my boss to succeed. I mean, that's the truth. That boss is Mr. Jaman Anikolako. When he was appointed as editor of, I think, Arts Saturday, I think Arts editor in The Guardian, we needed to do one or two things differently. And you know him, he co-opted me. He said I must do something by force. And in thinking of what to do, after a few days of research and all that, I thought we should do something that has to do with Nigeria, so that, because things were happening those days and everything was just, before you sleep and wake up, just like now, things just change so fast. So it's okay. It was just a nation in motion. But among the few things I did was to read one or two books. I read Ake by our esteemed father and Prof. Wole Soyinka. I also read Just Before Dawn by late COLLOQIUM. So I looked at it and said, these are basically commentaries about Nigeria, but situated in different locations. And again, I said, okay, Prof was born in Abeokuta. He wrote Ake. I was born in Obalende. Let me situate this story around Obalende, and that's how it was conceived. It was basically a commentary, a social commentary on the political developments in that season, shortly before civil rule. And I was privileged to have been born at the time of military rule, when Dodam Barracks used to be the state house. So many stories, so many things that we grew up with. And so in doing that, we had to now pick one or two characters to just tell a story about Nigeria from the viewpoint of a young girl who was a victim of the system. And that's how Obalende was conceived.
Thank you. So, Mr. Olabisi Ajakai, I was going to ask what inspired the book, but you already answered that earlier. So, can you introduce the major character of the book to us, and the major themes that the book addresses? Yeah.
Thank you very much once again. The major character in the book, I wouldn't say major character, I'll say there are a set of three major characters, all young. Number one is the lead lawyer. His name is Alade. From the average, let me say below the average socioeconomic class, just graduated law school. Oh, I forgot to mention something. The book is futuristic in nature. It is set in the year 2050. So it imagines what Nigeria is going to be like in 2050. And the plot also is not in Lagos, but in Abuja. So everything took place in Abuja. Now, the first person is Alade, just graduated from law school, trying to find his foot in the legal industry. His friend, Ifeanyi, did not make the bar exam, but they worked together. He served as an investigator, yeah, as a legal investigator. And the friend, her name is Temi. She is the tech person, obtaining all the information online, hacking, doing everything possible to ensure that he gets what to fight or what to tender in the courts as evidence or against the witnesses by the defense for something they call the witness impeachment. Those are the three major persons. Now let's talk about the theme. The theme is legal in nature, like we have expressed. Like I expressed earlier, it's legal in nature, and it essentially looks at how the legal frame works. It looks at how the legal frame, let me say the judicial frame works in Nigeria. So that's it basically. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mr. Wale Adeduro, can you also introduce us to the protagonist of your novel?
Okay, Obalinde is the story of a young girl called Afyong, who was born in Obalinde, and all the developments that were happening as he was growing up. The two major characters are Afyong and Afyong's mother. There is a silent character, the father of Afyong, because the typical Obalinde setting, a one-room apartment, what we call face me and face you. So all the events and the commotion that were happening in that house were basically reflective of what was happening in the bigger society. But in terms of the storyline, basically, there were many things happening, violence, all the election issues, but it started with the military coups, all those coup d'etats, all those things that were happening. So it's just the trauma that a young girl growing in the Nigeria of the late 70s into the 90s, before the Second Republic started. And everything that was happening out there was affecting that young girl. For example, whenever there was a coup, because they lived next door to Dodam Barracks, the first staccato of gunshots, especially in 1976 and all that, would be heard straight. In fact, there were cases where some people, especially two girls, were killed in Obalende by stray bullets during those coup shootouts and all that. So those are the traumas that the girl went through. And of course, in spite of all that, you know, people tell us that Nigeria is the happiest country in the world. It's always been like that. One night, everybody is hiding from gunshots. The next afternoon, everybody is eating suya in the night. Girls, boys, men, everything is going on. So all those roller coaster kind of events happened. Christmas was a big deal. Easter, they're killing Judas Iscariot was a big deal. Children had caricature. Judas was the one that killed Jesus. They had to kill. So all those things happened. Then, of course, the culture, the mixed culture of Obalende. Basically, Obalende was ordinarily a settlement for military guys those days. They used to be around there, around King's College, but they were moved out to that settlement. So you had a lot of military crew, so a lot of northerners. So it's a potpourri of different cultures, Igbo, Yoruba, and all that. And of course, the beauty of that Obalende setting that I grew up in and that we captured there was a place where you didn't have burglary proof in your house. Well, nobody was locking the door. We were that safe. So you see all those things. But as things progressed, because of the looseness of the community, these young girls will join everybody around from house to house, eat from house to house, party from house to house, events happen here and there. Then there is also this white sand. It used to be around the CVU where you have St. Gregory, Addis and all that. It was a rendezvous for young people in the night, go and play. There was Brother Gbero in the house, took Afyong there. One of those days, Afyong became pregnant. Afyong became HIV positive. Things went upside down. But the bad thing about it is that in all those stories, the medical issues, there was strike in hospital, so many things happened. At the end of the day, which was the end of this, which was like the end of this story, is that she became pregnant. She was HIV positive, and the mother was so faithful, believed God that God was going to do something. Along that line, the story was ending, but the question was this. This was a young girl who had so much promise. Now, the mother couldn't challenge anybody because of society. Talking about stigma. The mother couldn't challenge anybody because it wasn't a rape case. But again, Agbero denied that he was the one responsible. The mother, because of shame, said, let's go and do abortion. So many things happened, and the boy became HIV positive. And that's the story.
Thank you. Okay, before we proceed, the third author is in our midst, so I would like to recognize Miss Ejiro Umukoro. Please, a round of applause for her. You're welcome, ma'am. Good evening. Yes, ma'am. So before I come back to you, Miss Ejiro, okay, Lady Ejiro, okay, I'm so sorry about that. All right. So could you please give us a brief summary of the book?
All right, can I just hold it?
Of course you can.
So I'm asking to hold it because I didn't get to know I was going to do this today. So, but it's a good thing to be here eventually. I had to make it down here. And commendable work here for all everything you guys are doing with the Labaf. Quick one, what the book is about, right? Okay, my book, titled Distortion, is based off my background in the career that I do, which is journalism and media. I do a lot of investigative stuff. I delve into topics nobody wants to talk about, especially social issues. And what happened was COVID-19 was the defining moment when I knew I had to write something about Nigeria. I noticed something was happening amongst us, and one of the things I observed was, for example, the issue of fathers raping their daughters was so common. I did an investigative piece in that. Then I discovered too that rape was prevalent. The issue of child trafficking was prevalent. Baby factories were everywhere, happening. Orphanages that were not true, were not real, but being presented as if they were orphanages, but they were all baby selling, child trafficking centers. So when I discovered this was happening, and governments were also involved, I knew I had to tell a story. Aside from that, I also discovered there was something that happened, which took me all the way to Port Novo. I don't know how many of you know about the case system, the OSU case system. It looks as if it's somewhere buried, but it's not buried. It is very much alive. There was a lady who got married eventually, but not from her own place in Imo State. She had to run away to Port Novo so that she can escape the supposed curse that was placed on her own lineage. Meanwhile, as at 1956, the Owele of Onitsha, the late Azikiwe, made a law, the law was passed, that nobody is subhuman, that everybody matters, that the idea that racism, blacks are always against it, was shocking to me when in Africa here, we practice something similar to racism. I felt that was a distortion. Then a situation where I started working with, because the investigation took me to a point where I had to work with NAPTIP, who were in charge of trafficking in Nigeria. And we were trying to remove many children from many homes where the parents sometimes were actually domestically, violently assaulting them. Now, during the COVID-19, it was so bad that we couldn't rescue many of these children from homes where they were being battered. In the whole of Nigeria, there are only 8 shelters in the whole of Nigeria. 8 shelters, as it were, in 8 states, where people who are oppressed in homes can't even escape to. So during that period, we had so many children because, you know, back then in COVID-19, everybody was like, who know whether these children are susceptible? Who know whether you have this virus? And so nobody wanted to be close to children who may have viruses because they had not been tested. And that's what led to the book. I began to document every form of distortion I noticed under COVID-19. The case system, the fake orphanages, cryptic pregnancy, that's surrogacy, and all the forms. And what I did, which was kind of outstanding in a manner of speaking, even if I had to say so myself, but based on the feedback I also got, was the ability to be able to tie all of these themes with various characters. And I think just to celebrate my career as well and the space we are in, I made one of the key persons, one of the key characters there, a journalist who was going to uncover some of these stories. So essentially that's where the base of this came from.
Thank you. Thank you. So, back to you, Mr. Olabisi. While your book is set in 2050 and futuristic, does it prefer solutions to the current failing judicial system of Nigeria?
Thank you for that question. Okay, I'll first answer the question of why is it 2050 futuristic Nigeria. And I believe most of us here are familiar with Nollywood. Now, you agree with me that in most Nollywood movies, there are flashbacks. In fact, sometimes there are flashbacks in flashbacks. And I ask myself the question, why are we always going back? What is propelling us towards the future? What is making us prepare for the future? Everything is past, past, past. Even if you look at this, go to the cinema today, majority of the blockbusters are things that happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s. I mean, during those colonial times. And we don't have as much things that we can look up to. Okay, this is what Nigeria is going to be like in 30 years' time, 20 years' time, 50 years' time. So I thought about it. Why don't we think forward this time around and not reflect back? So that's the reason I set it in the year 2050. Now back to the question of...
Does it prefer solution?
Yes. And you see, I will answer that question with a question. Let's think about it. Does Nigeria's problem have a solution? I've thought about this several times. Because you try to bring up a solution, it is met with a lot of roadblocks. I'm grateful there's a journalist amongst us. She can tell you the truth. Because I did a lot of research on my own also in the judicial space. And I got to realize that so many times we blame judges for some controversial decisions or verdicts. But you don't know that there are a lot of things going on in the background. Take example, something like dates for appearance. Do you know sometimes lawyers have to bribe the clerks or this court staff to get a favorable date? Which is not even within the ambit of the judge. The judge is not aware. So there could be solutions, but the question is, are we ready for solutions? If you are ready for solutions, trust me, there will be solution. Let me go off the book and come into real life, the Dangote refinery oil issue. And I mean, we all thought, oh, Dangote refinery is here, we are going to be selling oil, will be everywhere, it will be cheaper, we are no more importing. Ask yourself, has that solved the problem? So the same applies to the judiciary. When we are ready to solve our problems, we will solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the answer. Thank you. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Wale Adeduro. One thing that is very obvious, that is apparent in Obalinde Nation in Motion, is that it addresses societal flaws. How are you passing this message to adolescents out there who are victims, who are currently victims of what Afyong experienced? You know, it was set in the 80s, right? But the same challenges that Afyong experienced then are still happening in our current society. So what is the message you're passing across to young Afyongs out there?
Thank you, ma'am. The message basically is that for young people, they need to be careful about who they choose as their mentors or guides. Because Afyong actually chose Brother Guero. She got closer to Brother Guero, who was guiding her until he guided her into the path of pregnancy and HIV/AIDS. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that young people should trust their parents, because especially teenagers have a way of not wanting to trust their parents, because that is a season that every child wants to rebel against norms and established order. But the truth of the matter is that in this book, when the chiefs were down, the only person that Afyong found was her mother. And this same mother was actually, for those of us who were there those days of Worldwide Wrestling Association, whatever, Mighty God. They used to call her Mommy God. That's how radical, violent, aggressive the mother of Afyong was. The mother of Afyong was a very aggressive mother. I'm talking about violence at home, you know. So when even this matter happened, Afyon didn't know who to talk to because she thought her mother would kill her. But the truth is that her mother, in a twist of a second, said, when everybody was wondering what happened, the mother said it was malaria. That it was, malaria. He said, don't worry, we will talk about it when we get home. So again, but the point is that at the end of the story, the girl said, oh, my mommy, I will always love you, because she never loved the mother. So the message for young people is, the only people you can trust are your parents, and even among your parents, but between your two parents, if you are a girl, trust your mother more.
Thank you so much for the answer. Okay, to Lady Ejiro. Yeah. So your book also addresses similar themes to Mr. Wale Adediro's novel, but just that you're portraying yours through the investigative lens. So your book also certifies, your book also certifies that the government is not our only problem. The society is also a problem on its own, because you mentioned that Azikiwe already passed the law that they should stop the caste system, but now people in the society still practice it. So what is your message to the society? What message are you trying to pass across? Are you trying to prefer a solution, or are you trying to advise that, okay, we stop this, and how are you advising that the caste system be eradicated?
Okay, so my book is actually a mental health crime book. Okay. It's deliberate, because what I did was I played with all the mental dysfunction that Nigerians are exposed to. Anytime I come to Lagos, I always say Lagos is a very traumatized city. I see it in the faces of the people, and I ask myself every day, how do you guys cope here? I have never survived in Lagos well. I have never. So what I do is I come to Lagos and I dive out. But then I now realize that there's a general theme for all of us in Nigeria, which is that we are a highly traumatized society. The caste system is an example of a very traumatized people who feel they need to demean another person to show their own superiority. Remember that the caste system began because there was also the Osu ideology and belief system, where you were dedicated to the gods and then you served the gods. Those are our ancient practices, and there was nothing wrong with that. It's just that because of the way we shroud information in African society, we did not understand that we hid so much of our traditional belief system. So because they were not decoded, right? And everything was so codified, what happened to us is it was just easy to misunderstand what the Osu case stood for. I mean, Osu rather, belief system stood for. The dedication to the gods and the gods of significance. In the context of distortion, what I wanted to do was this, and incidentally, I need to even mention this, and I think we achieved one of the things I set out to do with distortion. The Delta State Ministry of Education has approved this book as a literature of study for students.
Wow.
Thank you. And why I'm happy about it is because we are starting what is called a national reading competition based on distortion. Oh yes, we're going to be announcing that and all of that soon. Why? We are a society that does not hand over stories to our generation of children, the one in the womb and the one that is born. So that we don't even have a history, a compilation of who we are, where we've been, and where we're supposed to be going. And because that is happening is why we are seeing a repeat of trauma in our society. Because we're not learning. We're not decoding things. We're not grasping. We are accepting, like my friend there said earlier on. He said, what do we do? The system demands that you submit your case as the case may be. But what do you want? You want a speedy response, as though somebody else does not want something speedy enough. So you are more important. And that also goes back to the case itself. When you create a social order that says A is more superior to B, simply because we said so, we've got a problem. So one of the aim of distortion is to, one, amplify some of these hidden conversations. Even this matter of a woman who is drinking the bath water of her husband's corpse was captured in this book. That's a distortion. You will never see any tradition that tells a man, your wife don't die, you so Oga, as if it's this ritual, you have to perform it. And in performing it means you will go and sleep in that hut. You see that hut over there? Your dead wife's body is there. You will sleep with her for 14 days, or 1 month, 3 months, as the case may be. And you will not comb your hair. Okay, I'm looking at you now. You will not comb your hair. You will not brush your teeth. In fact, you will stand naked before the community, and then we will take care of your private hair and shave you. How do we have a society where we feel that is normal? And we call it what? Tradition. That's a distortion. That's a mental disembowelment of another human being. None of us will want it for our sister or our daughter. Why do we think the wife is perceived as somebody lower in the social order of a family? So part of distortion is to question every single belief system we have. Is to retell our narratives. Because Africans were not telling our narrative enough, and Nigerians in particular are not telling their narratives enough. Why do I say this? One of the reasons that influenced why we wanted to do the national reading competition was this. We interviewed a number of young teenagers. For every 50 teenagers we interviewed, you wouldn't believe that only one by mistake has read an African book written by an African author or even a Nigerian author. We have the data. And then when you ask them, which do you know of? This is how they do. That's for the girls. The boys, they go like this. I don't know. And then one will now finally say, Chinua Achebe. So, what do you remember about Chinua Achebe? What's the title of the book? I can't even remember the name, Seth Jare. Okay, do you remember anything that was talked about the book? You know, they made us read it for exams now, so I just read it for exams. I can't even remember why I kept it. It's been long. This is a 16-year-old girl. 16-year-old. So that tells us something. That one, we have not made our children appreciate our own stories. They told me that they read only foreign literature. How can we have 200-something million people and the children who make up like 70% of that population are reading foreign literature? And they are proud to beat their chest. Is that not a distortion? It is like they say, when they came and they conquered and they destroyed us, what they did effectively was they shattered our own self-esteem. And what is continuing to happen is we too, we are perpetuating it. They've often said that the racist who cries the loudest, or rather, the person who cries against racism the loudest, if given the chance where they have opportunities and privileges, they will do worse than the people whom they first condemned. May we not be a distorted people. That's the essence of distortion.
I think this is one of the reasons why the removal of history from the educational curriculum is still very controversial. Yeah.
Here's the thing with that thing. It's back. But who are the historians?
Exactly.
What are the, in fact, as a body right now, one of the conversations we should be having this year is how do we hold the ministries of education? How do we hold SUBEB? How do we hold the Ministry of Higher Education, right? And the various entire ecosystem that are in charge of telling our stories. How do we hold them accountable? Because it's time we begin to let them know that this is not enough. I will give you a very background story. I'm trying not to name any names, but here is what happened. The BBC reached out to me and said they wanted to do something special about this. There was a requirement. I was supposed to get somebody significant in the ministry that would speak to it. We are in a society where people given the responsibility are too shy to come and even promote what they stand for. And for me, that is the most heartbreaking thing. When we have a government system that does not understand the significance of education, the promotion of literature, the emphasizing of the idea to read for fun and for leisure. We've killed it all. Our children don't read for leisure anymore, let alone even study. They don't read to even study and pass anymore. If you check them out, they don't read to study and pass. It's in motion. They are not even aware what they are doing.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so before we proceed to answer the last round of questions before the Q&A session, I would like each author to read a very special chapter from their book, like maybe just an excerpt, so the audience have an idea of what the book is about.
I think I'll pass on being the first this time around. Can we start?
Okay. Mr. Wale Adeduro, are you ready? All right, sir. Thank you.
This is chapter 40, titled Mama Beauty. For once, I pitied my mom. Her love for me made her gullible. She could not bear to see me in pain. She wanted me to be comfortable, and I had capitalized on her love. She believed my lie about having pains in my feet. Desiring to alleviate my pain, Mommy knelt before me. She tried to remove my shoes, but the shoes proved challenging to remove. They became willing accomplices in my crime of insincerity. I was glad about it. At least, inanimate objects had come to my aid in my trying moments. I took a closer look at our room. It seemed I was just becoming conscious of the pitiable state of our room. A certain feeling rose within me. Something within me roused regrets. I wish I had not told a lie. I felt remorseful. I quickly dissuaded my mommy from helping me further. I also felt a revulsion about our environment. Mommy, thank you. I can remove them myself, I said. Okay, but make you know wear this shoe again, no? Mommy counseled. I tried to remove my shoes on my own. As I made the effort, the pain in my thighs increased momentarily. I closed my lap, ensuring that my knees pressed hard against each other. I felt some secretion under me. In my efforts to hide my feelings, I cupped my lips like the snout of a pig. My eyes, in that instant, caught a wall gecko on the wall above the poles on my parents' bed. Waiting be that. Mommy was worried about my posture. Now this Omonile, I lied again. Omonile was the Yoruba descriptive noun for a wall gecko. At that time, it was the only way I could refer to a wall gecko. Waiting to her, Mommy wanted to know why I was attracted to a wall gecko that evening. It was almost time to sleep. We could not confidently refer to a bedtime in the general sense. Only Mommy, my daddy, and one of my younger brothers could confidently talk about bedtime. For the rest of us, what we had was a mat to sleep on. The three of them were privileged to sleep on a bed often. I, however, remember that Mommy had on several occasions swapped space with me whenever she and Daddy were at loggerheads. she would sleep in my position on the floor while I would sleep at her request beside Daddy. But she declared her intention to stop this swapping when an incident put a family into disarray in the neighborhood.
A round of applause, please. Are you ready now? Go ahead.
Okay, I can read the paragraph. Okay, thank you. I think I'll just go through 2 paragraphs. Okay. Chapter 10, If My Country Had a Jury. So I start. The judiciary experienced a resurgence in information technology in the year 2045. The legal scene officially welcomed the virtual filing of cases, proceedings, and a host of other activities. The 2020 pandemic initially compelled the introduction of virtual court sessions, but the factors militating against it were enormous, hence the hiatus. However, virtual sessions have been embraced since 2045, credit to the reliable electricity and improvement in internet connectivity and its accompanying affordable cost. Most young lawyers announced the virtual option, but their counterparts preferred the traditional physical court appearance. However, all filings were done virtually. Not all were pleased with this. They had no alternative but to embrace it. Another positive angle to the enforcement of virtual proceedings was that it helped clear the backlog of pending trials, as more judges were employed without necessarily building additional courtrooms. Though litigations were conducted in physical and virtual, certain sensitive cases required physical appearances. Often, when judgment was to be passed in virtual proceedings, a physical session was conveyed on weekends. I think I'll stop here.
Lydia Chura, please.
All right, I'm going to just pick chapter 7. It's going to start with Mena, one of the most heartbreaking character in the book. Mena was tired of her life. The tears poured down her shrunken face. She missed her parents, especially her mom. They had been best friends before death snatched them along that dangerous Lagos-Benin expressway. She had been 13 years old at the time. Her uncle in Onisha had volunteered to take care of her with blessings from the extended family. Besides, he was a relative she was most familiar with, so she had to move in with him. But after months of staying at home, running errands without going to school with her uncle's wife, feeding her only 1 meal a day, she was tired of life. She was made to sleep on the cement floor in the kitchen, and now her skin was full of ringworms and other skin infections, while her eyes watered whenever she went under the sun. She wiped tears and got up, resting her back on the kitchen wall. On different occasions, she had asked her uncle when was she going to resume school, but her uncle kept putting it off. It was clearly a promise her uncle never meant to keep. Instead, they had turned her into the family house help, a maid who ran errands and took care of the chores at home. For 2 years, she had bathed her younger cousins, took them to school, cooked the family's meal, did all the grocery shopping, and ran all the errands. She worked like clockwork from 5 a.m. till midnight. It was already late, but her uncle was still in the parlor watching the news. She heard the familiar signature tune of the news ending. Summoned in courage, she walked into the parlor.
Good evening, sir.
Yes? What is it again, Mena?
Uncle, school has resumed since, but I'm here to start.
Uh-huh.
But Uncle, you said that when I come to live with you, you will send me to the best school.
So? Have I said I will not?
It's just that I've stayed here for over...
Is this how you stand up and talk to your parents when they were alive? Your parents did not train you well. Now look here. You should be grateful I even housed you. Do I not feed you and do I not give you clothes?
Uncle, since I came to live with you, you've not given me any clothes. The ones I wear are the ones my parents bought for me.
Oh dear boy. Now I know that you're a badly brought up child. Well, since you are now under my roof, you will do as I tell you. And when time for school is ready, I will tell you which school has agreed to accept you. Now get out of my sight.
thanks for the excerpts. We are glad that we have insight into the books. So I'm going to be asking the last question, and it's the same for everyone. So the book trek aims to promote the reading culture. It aims to empower and enlighten youths. So I'm going to ask this question. What is your advice to youth? Because you mentioned when you were answering a question that students, in fact, youth do not want to read. They don't want to read for leisure. They don't even want to read to study. So what is your advice to them? Because the reading culture is, I would say, it's in slumber. Some people say the reading culture in Nigeria is even dead. So how does your book aim to revive the reading culture? And what is your advice to teenagers and youth concerning reading, the advantages of reading and promoting or reviving the reading culture? Should I start from you? All right, thank you.
Okay, now reading is one of the most important things. Without reading, you cannot write. Without writing, you cannot preach a message to the world. So how do we encourage reading? A lot of things that we can prioritize before, let me say deprioritize, before we can promote reading is social media. I think, I won't say I would suggest, but I think if we can put a lane, if we can put a leash on social media for a particular age, restriction, I think it will work. I think so. Then number two, I think our book clubs can promote Nigerian literature also. After I released this book, shortly after I applied to some book clubs, and most of them, when I look at their pages, they're usually reviewing foreign books in Nigeria here, and I think that's a problem. Why don't we do our own things, promote our own things? Even if there are errors, we'll get better, we'll improve. Why do we have to rely on the foreigners all the time? Why do we look down on ourselves? Why do we push ourselves aside? So I think number one, we have to first, shall I say, relegate social media if possible. Number two, promote books. Very important, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Mr. Wale Adejura.
Okay, thank you for the question. For me, I'll take it from where he stopped. It is too late to relegate social media. That's the reality. Because out there, babies below age 2, they don't eat without watching the screen. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. They don't sleep without watching the screen. It's not a good habit, but the reality is that it is one way that parents try to manage the crisis of raising children in this age and time. So what I think is that we should develop a culture that marries social media. For example, every book written, and this is for free, this is what we have been working on the last 1 year, should actually target the social media. All authors and book club owners and all that should target social media. The truth is that everybody is on social media, especially those who are writers, promoting their books, but the strategy behind the promotion is not strong enough. So for me, it's to make book reading appealing in the sense that I can go to Facebook and be happy to read a book. I mean, I think because that's where we are. The other thing is that we need to go back to where we were trained. Before I entered primary school, and I remember, because when I entered primary school, I was 1 month before age 5. So I remember very well. I had been reading Daily Times for about 3 years. I had been reading Daily Times about 3 years, and I think Baba will remember, is it something on Saturday those days? Is it weekend or something? There was Saturday, whatever, that my father, it was compulsory for me to read, because my father would bring it. On Saturday morning, he would tell me and read. Whether you read or you say, okay, if you don't, THEP and all that. So we need to go back because most parents are not spending time to do that. And that's why we talk about bedtime stories. When you tell bedtime stories to children, and there are a lot of books for children that you can still use to train children. But the truth is that in the last 20 years thereabout, most of those bedtime stories are not shared with children who have grown up. So we need to go back there to encourage them. Then of course, government has a role to play. Government need to encourage or persuade the corporate Nigeria to also support reading. It's not about, now today, I remember German, Papi Ben will remember those days when we pioneered the conference on making the artist as a businessman because nobody wanted to touch the artist. I organized the first seminar in Nigeria on making the artist to become a business person so that you can approach corporate Nigeria. I think the time has come for writers to also begin to package them because out there are people, the only thing they do for a living is writing. Your writing is a profession. But if nobody is going to buy my book, it becomes
read by this is what it says, blah, blah, blah. You know, that was what Pentomology's pages were for. You know, and so it's very interesting that he's sitting right across from me. I needed to make that point. Now, we can't be having a book festival and we're not building a core of reviewers. That's the point of having all those young people sit here. I mean, so the last panel, if you remember, there was a professor who had spent close to 30 years in the university. There was a young lady who has been reviewing forever, and there was this person who was just after her youth service, and we asked her to face, you know, the audience, and there was that guy that just graduated English in University of Lagos. That is the thing. I mean, you have to have, I mean, it's what you call the soft infrastructure of publishing. You know, a book trade is a chain, is a value chain. You have to have people who are engaging with the work, and the public sees them. So there are journals, you know, big academic journals who will talk about the dialectics of showing cars, blah, blah. But there are, you know, newspapers where somebody just does in 700 words. I mean, this is, and so that's what we're building. And that's why, and so that's what they said I should speak to. That is the context in which these have developed. So these people, there are about, so we asked for people to review two of the most important, what we consider the most important books of the festival. One is Leila Lalami's Hopes and Other Dangerous Pursuits. It's a story of four Moroccans who are trying to japa to Spain, just 14 kilometers across the Mediterranean, you know, I mean, and, you know, some failed, some didn't, and the challenge, the societal challenges that, you know, prefaced that move, you know. I mean, this guy was a graduate of English, he couldn't get a job. That woman was always being beaten by her husband, blah, blah, blah. She took all her 3 children in that small raft of a boat. They were trying to escape. One girl who was coming from a very despondent home had become radicalized, you know, as a pro-ISS kind of character, but was looking for hope in Spain. The fourth one, I think that one was basically going around calling himself a travel operator, a tour operator, you know, but nobody really was engaging me. Everybody, you know, I mean, if you go to Morocco today, I mean, it's far better than Nigeria. I was in Marrakesh in November last year, so I was wondering, you mean that even in what I consider the piece of paradise, people, but maybe Lalami's Morocco was an earlier one than the one that I saw, you know, last November. But in any case, that's basically what that story. So it's about hope, you know. And then there's Mukoma Ngugi, who is the son of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and so he's a second generation Kenyan novelist, and it's written about, you know, I mean, you know, if you know Ngugi wa Thiong'o's works, these were essentially post-colonial, the whole idea of how the struggle was waged and what the white men did, blah, blah. He takes it further. He actually explores the whole idea of the trauma of Kenyan society, and that even many years, decades of years after the liberation, there was an entire population of Kenya that was really traumatized by the experience, you know, and, you know, there's some hope about getting out of it or whatever. So we asked people to look for the books and review them. And we had after we sifted through, we ended up with about 7 finalists, 5 for, it looks like Leila Lalami's books more resonating with You know, so we have about five. When we say finalists, it means that their works were so close. I mean, we had about 20, and then we had to take 5, and because any one of them could have won, which is also why we have consolation prizes. And so that is that. And then there are 2 finalists from Mukoma. So that's what the context is, sir. Thank you very much.
Very comprehensive overview. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm so lucky to have called on you to give this context. Quite a comprehensive one. So we'll be moving ahead. And actually, I mean, as a matter of fact, tonight is a night of many awards. So I'm going to begin first. I'm going to digress a little bit, but I will go back to the Kensarewa Prize for Literature Review subsequently, immediately after this particular award that will be given out. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on the recipient of this award, Mr. Bankole Ayeba, the publisher of Olayebi, sorry. Mr. Bankole Olayebi, please. I beg your pardon. So, please come over here, sir. Please let's appreciate him as he comes up here. Yes, sir. Mr. Olayebi, yes, please be seated, sir. Mr. Olayebi has been in the publishing industry for quite a very long time. And, you know, one thing that is quite reputable about him is his commitment to publishing the works of Professor Wole Soyinka, to whom this festival is dedicated, you know. So tonight we are going to, as part of our appreciation for your tireless commitment to literacy campaign, you know, and the promotion of human capacity development, we're going to give you this award, a token of appreciation. The award might not be accompanied by a huge sum of money, but I mean, it is coming from our heart, and so yes, we have a very beautiful award plaque, and to do the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be calling on some distinguished members here, and beginning from Professor Rahman, sir, please join us here. Join us here in the podium. Equally, I'll be calling on Dr. Wale Adejuro, who is a member of the Kora Board of Trustees. Doctor. And not forgetting another respectable and highly esteemed member of the Kora Board of Trustees, Mr. Ben Tomoloju, sir. Please join us. Okay. Okay, of course, you know, the brain behind the Committee for Relevant Arts. Without one particular person, there wouldn't have been the Committee for Relevant Arts, started in since 1991. So it is my honor to welcome the Secretary General once again, Mr. And Mr. Bankole Olayebi is honored today for his achievement for distinguished contribution to book publishing and literacy development in the country and beyond. And to give this award to him, I would like to call on our board member, sir, Mr. Ben Tomoloju, to supervise this particular segment. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm so thankful, our dear publisher, see, because we want to do some cultural, be cultural agents here. No matter how it is, when we have elders in the house, we cannot boast of our 70 when we have the 80s in the house. I concede this presentation once again to our Baba. I will mention his name, but I thank God that my first Yoruba book, with all the accents and all the things, was diligently published by Bookcraft. Thank you. And with the permission of the Secretary General of CORA, who himself was a student of Professor Rahman, you have built generations. I invite the professor to do the presentations.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. So it doesn't look as if this is all men affairs. I'd like to call on Mrs. Tone Williams to join us, please. And Mrs. Olayebi, please join us. Please. Yes, for equity and fairness. So,
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be asked to make this presentation to a man who runs an organization that has made reading affordable to quite a lot of us. There are many books that have been pushed out by Bookcraft. I've had the pleasure of reading and so on. When I look at the prices that those books are sold for in other areas, in other parts of the world, and the prices you give us from Bookcraft, I'm extremely pleased to have made your acquaintance this night. And I can only wish Bookcraft many more years. And keep it going, because as you've had on this conversation this evening, we must encourage as many more people to read. And I think if the prices are not through the roof, a lot more people can afford the books and they will get to read them. I was just telling Pastor here about my own experience as a child. You know, as a child in Lagos, I grew up on the streets. Yeah, you know, and we would go to school and they would tell us stories in this primary school. When I get home, I relate those stories to my parents. In those days, offices open on Saturday, half day, they call it, actually back. And when my father is coming back from work on that Saturday afternoon, the story I told during the week, he'll bring a copy of that book for me to read. So that it's a great thing. And I wish that many more of us will encourage people in that sort of way to read books and do what we need to do. So, Mr. Lai, congratulations. Thank you, and I must thank your amiable wife for encouraging you to do this great service. Do this great service to all of us.
Thank you so much.
So, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Madam, just join us in.
It's quite heavy. It's quite heavy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir. Please, you are not free to leave yet, so we'll be having photo ops. So the board members and other distinguished members of the audience could just come up here, so we'll have some photographs, please. Dr. Adeguduro, please. We still need you here for some pictures. Please.
All the volunteers, please.
Okay, all the volunteers could just, okay. So, what are the volunteers? Tunde, could you? Yeah, okay. So we are ready. So, Mr. Jama, please, I think you should be part of this. Yes. You're not going to be exempted, sir. You deserve the very best. Okay, 1, 2, go. Oh, Mr. Olubu family, please. It's not easy. Forgive me of my sins, sir. Is that all? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
We'll set you down.
Yeah.
I will set you down.
Professor Rahman, Mr. Tomoloju, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think it would be bad manners if I just took the award and walked out. When Yakiyoshi sent me this message yesterday, I thought it was pulling my leg. I mean, we had a back and forth. I said, distinguished lifetime achievement. What's that? What's a lifetime? I've been doing this thing for nearly 40 years. That's a long time. No, yeah. And I mentioned other names, and I said, look, there are people who came before me who, in a sense, set the pace for what came after. So why me? But he managed to persuade me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here today. But quite honestly, it means something when you're working at something, as I've done for 4 decades, and somebody from somewhere recognizes, and not just anyone, but this remarkable gentleman, Tonya Kyosho and German and Nikolako, who I don't know they must be on some drug, because I don't know how they managed to sustain this Labaf Cora thing year in, year out. I mean, you've given me this award, and I'm eternally grateful for it. But I hope somebody's thinking about it and working on an award for these 2 guys. Because what they are doing, I mean, quite honestly, in spite of the fact that there is very little support from the proper quarters, they've managed through blood, sweat, and tears to get this going. And for me, this recognition, this support for the creative business, the creative space is remarkable, and they deserve some award. And I hope that people in the right places are listening, and they will be speaking to the right people, so that some award, maybe not $100,000 worth, but something that will keep this thing going for as long as it takes. So I thank you once again, Tony and Jaman, and all the board members of Cora and Labaf. I'm immeasurably honored for this award, this recognition, and I will cherish it, believe me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. So, like I said earlier, I mean, during the commencement of of this journey, I did tell you that it is an evening of awards. So we've just got done with the first award tonight. So we'll move on to the next set of people we'll be awarding, giving prizes to. You know, before now, the Kora Secretary General came up here to give us an overview or a context to the Kensariwa Prize for Literature Review, which has been ongoing. Tonight, there's a little twist to the whole tale in the sense that last year, what happened here, we gave tablets. You know, we gave tablets to the winner so that they could have tablets loaded with books so they could keep reading. So this year we've decided to convert everything to cash, to money. I mean, I think it's quite suitable considering the kind of the prevailing economic situation in the country. So without wasting literature review, the finalists for the review of Hopes and Other Dangerous Pursuits by the American-Moroccan Lailai Lalami are 1, Adewale Victory. I don't know if she's here. Adewale Victory. Round of applause, please. The second person is Agatha Agema. Let's applaud her. We equally have Ahmad Mubarak Tanimu. The fourth person has been so consistent. His name is Isaiah Adepoju, all the way from OAU Ife is here. You're welcome. Very much. Equally, we have, last but not the least, Chinaza James Ibe. And ladies and gentlemen, without keeping you waiting for so long, I'll just announce the name of the winner for this year's Kensariwa Prize for Literature Review 2024. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is, and the prize goes to Agatha Agema. With the sum of $100. I mean, $100 is quite a lot. That's an equivalent of 1,000 naira. Then the second runner-up is first runner-up, sorry. First runner-up going home with the sum of 100,000 naira is no any other person than Adewoye Victory. Adewoye. And we actually have consolation prizes because we want to circulate the happiness, the joy. Everybody deserves at least a flower, right? So we have consolation prizes for Ahmed Mubarak Tanimu, who goes on with the sum of 75,000 naira. Ladies and gentlemen. And this guy that has been so consistent, as we see in churches, Isaiah Adepoju naira. Thank you very much. Chinaza James Ibe, the sum of 75,000 naira. Okay, since we just have one of the winners here, I think we'll just take a word from him. Adepoju Isaiah, please. How you feel about this prize and your experience in the past few years. Come over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for this award. I'm very happy with this award. So my first award, 21, I think, I reviewed Chelichi Oyemeli, the son of the house. And I think one of the things that stand out for me with this award is the fact that the time periods are always short. So even if I have everything going on, I have to put myself from social media, from other activities, and read these books. And even for this award, Laila Lalami's book, I sort of thought the deadline wrongly. I thought it was supposed to be the next day. From social media from the north.
Thank you, Isaiah Adepoju, all the way from one interesting thing about some of these reviewers, the fact that, of course, we always have age limit for it, right? So these people are always in like Agatha. Then the other lady who won it was an undergraduate at University of Benin. And as I tell you, she is no longer in this. She has jackpot because of, winning the prize. The prayer for you guys, for your consistency, we are praying that, as you keep writing, you keep developing, you keep improving, and definitely the future is bright. So I now move on to the next prize tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We have two finalists, for the review of We Discard by Mukuma, the Kenya writer, the son of Professor Ngugi. So I'll just go straight to the possible winners. The first person here, ladies and gentlemen, is Choma Christabel Okweta. Choma Christabel Okweta, is she here? I keep wondering why we have female names here. Are they writing better than the males? I don't know. Okay, the second person is Precious Nziako. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Precious Nziako. Precious Nziako, is she here? Oh, fantastic. We're happy to have you here, Precious. The winner for the review of Mukoma Ngugi is... Are we all listening? Are we ready? Okay, I'm going to come again. So this reminds me of Big Brother, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Precious Nziako, ladies and gentlemen. And Precious, please come walk in here majestically. Let's clap for her one more time, please. Yeah, she has done marvelously well. And for Precious Nziako, Miss Precious Nziako will be going home with a sum of 173,000 naira. And 500. Let's say 500 naira to it. $100, an equivalent of $100. Okay. So that is it. Congratulations, Precious. It is not a mean feat, and I know we all want to hear from you tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this award. I didn't plan much, honestly, because I'm overwhelmed with being present with you guys today. I am a medical student by day and try to write at night. So that was how I ran into this contest. And I had just finished a test the week off, and then finished the book the night of the deadline, and then wrote the review, because someone kept encouraging me, like, just write, submit, whatever comes out of it. Because I was like, oh, I have a lot of books to read, exams and all of that. So I was like, no, just write. So I pressed on 11:30, I think. Like, okay, I need to talk to God. And here I am today. I appreciate you all thank you. I appreciate you all for bringing us into the scene. I'm a newbie in this fellowship of writers, and as a reviewer, I just started this year, and I was like, I want to put myself out there, more than medicine. I want to do more than just medicine and medical college, because it can be very taxing. So I needed an outlet to express myself and to enjoy something else besides medicine and medical college, and I found a community that I know that I would enjoy, and I am hungry to learn from all of you. I'm excited to learn and to continue to grow in this community of writers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Precious. In as much as, don't leave yet, in as much as we do not necessarily need much validation, right? But this prize you have won today is a testament to your brilliance, right? I would like to encourage you, and I believe I'm speaking on behalf of everyone here this evening, that you should keep at it, keep pursuing passion. Know that, right? But in literature, you find grace, you find happiness. To give this award to this brilliant lady here. And Isaiah Adepoju, please come to the stage. I'll be giving you this evening. Besides what you have won, we are not tampering with your money, right? The money is intact. You get that? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the festival special guest of honor, the biggest masquerade in town, in the person of Mr. Familoni, please. He'll be giving this award. And to accompany him, I'll be calling on Mr. Ben Tomoloju, who is the board member of the Committee for Relevant Arts. Equally, I'll be calling on Professor Rama to join us here on the stage. And in order not to make this, a single story, I'd like to call on Mrs. Tom Williams, equally to join us. Another book reader, ardent book reader. So I will now hand over the mic to Mr. Familoni to take it off from there. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations. It's a very big thing that you guys have done. And like he said, I hope you keep writing, because that's like the important thing. You keep writing through adversity, through everything that you're going through, especially since literary criticism is a very important aspect. You can't have writers just writing without anybody, taking the fine-tooth comb through their work, and that's what you guys do, and we appreciate it a lot, and also appreciate CORA.